Welcome back, everybody, to the 55th anniversary celebration of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. I'm attorney Darrell Jones, and on behalf of the Transformative Justice Coalition, as well as Rainbow Push Coalition and over 40 other sponsors, I welcome you back to this weekend of voting rights challenges and voting rights celebration and how to encounter and overcome challenges dealing with voter rights. We got off to an outstanding start yesterday. If you missed the opening ceremony, you need to go back onto Facebook Live or to any of the streams where we were streaming from and watch it. Reverend Jesse Jackson gave an outstanding introduction and opening as we went into and started out the evening. It was followed up by just stuff that legends are made of. And we had Ayanna Gregory, the daughter of Dick Gregory, singing the Black National Anthem. We've had presentations for students that graduated from our Millennium Vote Matters training for 2020. You even had the opportunity to hear a lot of the current day people that are on the front lines right now. Not only did you hear from Barbara Arnwine, but you also heard from Latasha Brown. You also heard from Reverend Barber. It was full. You do not want to miss. If you didn't see it, you've got to just go back and watch it. It was so rich and full of information that you've got to see it. You just got to see it. It's moving, it's stirring, it's religious, it's secular, it's everything that you could possibly want out of an opening ceremony. And after we had the rallying charge, we got up and we marched. We, in the spirit of John Lewis, we got up and we marched. We marched from the historical Thurgood Marshall Center Trust down to Black Lives Matter Plaza in front of the White House, telling folks that Black Lives Matter, telling Congress to restore the Voting Rights Act. And the folks in DC, I want to take my hats off, applaud you. Thank you, because as you saw us coming, you were yelling from the windows, you were yelling from the streets, you were joining in on the march. You took a knee for the 8 minutes and 46 seconds with us when we got the Black Lives Matter. Thank you, DC. Thank you. You showed up, you showed out, and America watched. We're coming back today. We're still working to protect America's right to vote, and I'm so pleased to be back here today. And let me tell you, I want to be certain I thank all of our guests from yesterday, because you were all awesome. Every single one of you were simply awesome. So whether you did a tribute, whether you had the opportunity to speak, whether you're in Georgia, because we had folks from Georgia, we had folks from Texas, it covered the country. We had it all covered. You got to go back and watch that. So I want to briefly let you know that today our first session is going to go from 2 o'clock until 4:30, and then we're going to take a break. We're going to reconvene at 6 o'clock, and at 6 o'clock, 2 o'clock you're going to love. I'm gonna tell you, because we got some folks coming up on this panel that you will not want to miss it. But the 6 o'clock, we're going to then do a little pivot into a fireside chat with none other than the 8th most cited legal scholar in the world, and that's in the person of Miss Crenshaw. And let me tell you, if you have not heard her speak, you haven't heard anyone speak. You've got to be present at 6 o'clock for that fireside chat between Barbara Arnwine and Professor Crenshaw. You're going to love it. You're also going to get a chance to meet some of our members of our graduating class from our Millennial Vote Matters, as well as our Gen Zers. 2 of them actually were carrying the banner as we went through last night in our march to Black Lives Matter Plaza. They keep coming back. So we've got a lot of questions and some interest that was stoked with regards to our Millennial Vote Matters training and our Gen Z training. If you're interested in getting into one of our classes that are upcoming, I believe our next class will probably be in October or so. But if you're interested in getting into one of those classes, I encourage you to follow us at the votingrightsalliance.org, and you will find information there with regards to our classes. You will also find at votingrightsalliance.org information with regards to all the resources that we have available for everything that's going on throughout this particular session for voting rights celebration weekend, as well as various information with regards to voting rights in America. I want to take this opportunity now to just take a moment and just hit you with some entertainment. And this is something that some folks will call it a throwback. Some folks will say, I've never seen it. Everyone, I hope, will walk away saying, I'll never miss it again. Ladies and gentlemen, a moment of entertainment. If that doesn't get you started, I don't know what we can do to get you started. But let me try this, because we're trying to touch that spirit in you, that spirit that says, I need to get involved. That spirit that says, I can overcome anything that's put in front of me, any obstacle that's put in front of me. I believe in miracles, and I believe that God will guide us through any issue that is placed before us. You know, there's a little church that they like to call a mega church with a big heart, and that's the First Baptist Church of Glenarden. And they're going to perform for us a song called This Week is the Week of Miracles for Voting Rights Week in America. First Baptist Church, y'all on.
We don't know where you're watching from today, but we came to declare something over your life. That this week will be a week for miracles. I cannot explain it. This may not make sense. I know what it looks like, but I choose to go against that. And I'm speaking something different. I'm speaking something different. I'm claiming something different. Expecting something different. Say, I cannot explain it. This may not make sense. That's it. I know what it looks like, but I choose to go against that. And I'm speaking something different. I'm speaking something different. I'm claiming something different. Expecting. Y'all ready? Let's go. Come on. This week will be a week for miracles. This week will be a week for miracles. This week will be a week for miracles. 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 I cannot explain it. This may not make sense. I know what it looks like, but I choose to go against that. And I'm speaking something different. I'm speaking something different. I'm claiming something different. Expecting something I cannot explain. Oh, this day. Say that I know what it looks like. I choose. You say it. And I'm speaking something different. I'm speaking something different. I'm claiming something different. Expecting. Y'all ready? Let's go and say this week will be a week for miracles. This week will be a week for miracles. This week will be a week for miracles. Miracles. And you make this week will be a week for miracles. This week will be a week for miracles. This week will be a week for miracles. 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 I don't have to wait. Till I see it. Hey, I'm praising. I'm praising now because I believe it. That's it. Say, I don't have to wait. I don't have to wait till I see it. No, I'm praising. I'm praising now because I believe it. I need somebody to say that. Say, this week will be a week for miracles. This week will be a week for miracles. This week will be a week for miracles. 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 I don't have to wait. I don't have to wait till I see it. Yeah, I'm praising. I'm praising now because I believe it. Yeah, I don't have to wait. I don't have to wait till I see it. No, I'm praising. I'm praising now because I believe it. Here we go, let's say it. Your miracle is on the way. 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 We get ready. Your miracle is on the way.
Many, many thanks to the choir and the pastor at the First Baptist Church for Glenarden for that musical selection. We're truly appreciative of the support that that church has provided to this Voter Rights Act weekend, the anniversary weekend of the Voting Rights Act of 1965. You know, when I hear them talking about this is a week of miracles, you know, we're pushing for miracles. We're pushing for we're going to push Congress for miracles. We're going to push the Senate for miracles. The one miracle I know we're going to push for is the passage of the John Lewis Voting Rights Act by the Senate of the United States. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got to push to be certain that we protect every voter's right in America. And you know, they often say all lives matter. No, Black lives matter. In dealing with the Voting Rights Act, what we're saying is when you assure that the rights of the Black voter in the United States are protected, then at that point, we can then begin to say all lives matter, all votes matter. But you start with the ones that you enslaved and the ones that you have looked down on and marginalized. Oh, don't get me started on that, folks. Don't get me going down that path. You know, we do have a panel coming up that's going to talk about that oppression, and we're going to go deep into it in all segments of that community. But let me slow down. Let me slow down. I'm getting y'all all excited, and we're not into that part of the program yet. It's my pleasure right now to introduce to you one of the leaders of the civil rights movement and the voting rights movement in America. I refer to her as the voting rights champion of America. If you have an issue regarding voting rights, you make a phone call and she's there with the answer. She's there with how to get it resolved. She's there, and if necessary, she'll kick on her high heels, her earrings, and get there and be right with you, fighting right beside you. She was the one of the presidents of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights under law for some 25 years, and did such a phenomenal job there that they named her the President Emeritus. This is just a continuing capacity that she will forever have. You know, the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights under law was founded by John F. Kennedy. And the concept was trying to be certain, really something that initially to try to appease the African Americans that were going out at that time for civil rights. But then Barbara Arnwine stepped in. And when she stepped in, she took it to levels that they hadn't anticipated, had them out front on major issues. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce to you the founder and president of the Transformative Justice Coalition, Barbara Arnwine. Barbara?
Well, thank you. Thank you, Daryl, for that wonderful introduction. And thank you for being a leader for the Transformative Justice Coalition, which was founded in June of 2015. When I left the Lawyers Committee, who would have known how badly we would be needed in this time? And who would have known that voter suppression would be at an all-time high across this nation? And that it's urgent in this week that we come together. We have declared at the Voting Rights Alliance, we have declared 40 plus organizations. We have declared that this week, not only is it a week for miracles, but it is the week of voter justice. It is the week of the 55th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act, which we are lifting up because in this 55th anniversary, this act has been transformative in making sure that there is Black and Brown, Native American, and Asian political power. Without this act, there would never have been a President Obama. There wouldn't be 52 members of the Congressional Black Caucus. There wouldn't be a tri-caucus of Latinos and Asians and Blacks. That you wouldn't see that. The Progressive Caucus would be missing most of its membership because those are the members who have made the progressive agenda a possibility in this country. Think about a Congress without the voice of Maxine Waters. Think about a Congress that never had the voice of all of Ayanna Pressley, the squad. Think about all of the power that comes from that act because no one had those rights until the Voting Rights Act of 1965 was passed. Listen to me, people. You're saying, well, wait a minute, wasn't there a 19th Amendment that said all women could vote? Yes. Wasn't there a 15th Amendment that said Black men could vote? Yes. But unfortunately, throughout history, those rights were denied. Think about it. Daryl, you talked about it yesterday about people going to vote and being told to guess how many grains of rice was in a bottle, how many jelly beans were in a tub, how many stones were in a field, being told what is the where how many commas are there in the Constitution, being asked these insane quote literacy tests, quote intelligent test questions, how many jelly beans, all of that. These were the barriers. They had grandfather clauses. If your grandfather had voted, meaning if he were white, you automatically were eligible to vote. But obviously, if you were Black and they had blocked and enslaved your African ancestors, you couldn't vote. They had all kinds of property taxes. You had to pay property taxes in order to vote. And guess what, Daryl? As we've been talking about the property taxes back, Florida, how dare you, Florida? After the citizens of your state passed Amendment 4, you're now telling everybody that we're just going to impose a poll tax on top of it. And if you haven't paid all your fees and fines, then we're going to deny you the right to register and to vote. Think about it, everyone. There's a big battle going on right now in the 11th Circuit. Thank you to all of those magnificent lawyers and all of those magnificent plaintiffs in that case. But the court's not even going to hear it until the day of the primary or whatever. It's terrible, folks. And think about it, 1.4 million people being denied the right to vote. 1.4 million people being denied that right. So we have work to do. But one thing I wanted to talk to you about today, because this is an organizers conference, right? You might say, oh, well, I don't call myself an organizer. That's right, you don't. But if you are able to pick up the phone and you have called and said to two people, yourself and anybody else, or the people in your household, we're going to go vote, you're an organizer. If you have said, in your church, we're going to run, these programs. Yes, nobody, because of COVID-19, are probably meeting, but we're still going to do phone trees and phone banks. And we're going to ask people, are you registered to vote? Have you checked your voter registration? You are an organizer, and nothing is better right now than having you be here and doing everything. Yes, people are doing everything they can to help people pay those fines in Florida. I just saw a comment about that. And I want to point out that one of the findings of the judge was that Florida couldn't even tell the majority of the people what their fines were, what they owed. That the judge, in fact, asked Florida, when can you tell us what every single individual owes? And they said it would take them 6 years to do so. 6 years. And the judge said, no, you got 21 days. And that's what the judge tried to impose there and did. But unfortunately, after 2 visits to the appellate courts, they stayed his order, which means that they stopped it from going into effect. So we are trying to overturn that bad decision by the state legislature to impose these fees and fines. And people think about it. What would you do if you had to pay fees and fines, but nobody told you what the amount was and told you that your right to vote was contingent upon you guessing, I guess, the best amount possible and hoping somebody would accept it? Just think about the absurdity of that position. I want to say that what is significant in this moment, organizers, what's significant in this moment, individuals who care about voting, what's significant in this moment, everybody who's watching, is that this is the first time in 55 years that some of the originators and fighters for the Voting Rights Act are no longer with us. I mean, I want to point out a couple of them that we should never, ever forget. That includes John Conyers, who was a young Turk fighting in Congress for that act. Elijah Cummings, who always fought for the voting rights for everybody. Joseph Lowry, who was on the front line of the King lieutenants. C.T. Vivian, Reverend C.T. Vivian, who was in Selma and was beaten, knocked down by Sheriff Jim Clark when he tried to register 100 Black voters. How dare him, Jim Clark felt, to have the impunity to demand that Black people could have the right to register to vote in 1965. Also, no longer with us is the mighty Good Trouble. The mighty Good Trouble, the only one, Congressman John Lewis. I don't want anyone to be confused that we love us some John Lewis, and he did everything in his power. So I want to say to you, if you take away nothing from the next couple of days, let's talk about voter options. One of the things we want to do out in the states right now is argue for 4 voter options. 4. Did you hear me? I didn't say 1. You're hearing a lot about just one of those options, and that's vote by mail. It's not enough, people, because vote by mail, for all of the good that it does, it also is a real barrier for a lot of Black people and a lot of people of color, Native Americans, Latinos, where we've seen these numbers. Vote by mail participation is lower for those communities. Why? Have you ever forgotten there's something called the digital divide? Have you ever forgotten that there's, these problems, that there are millions of households without digital internet assets? And 90% of all outreach being done by states right now for people to vote by mail is done through the internet. That's how you apply. And so they created all these barriers because people can't even hear that they need to even apply for a ballot if they're not on the internet, because they're not mailing to people, they're not going on TV, they're not putting up billboards. You don't see any of this activity. So just think about what that means. And there are so many other reasons, because our communities move more, because in Native American land, you're more isolated. I also want to point out that so vote by mail isn't the panacea. I want to also point out to people that we also need to make sure that we have expanded early voting, that we have expanded early voting, that we know that if you offer African Americans and you offer Latinos the right to vote early, that most of them will take you up on it, because we work those kind of jobs that don't give us the flexibility to vote just on one day of the year. So all you states that don't have early voting, shame on you. Just shame on you, because you know how incredibly important that is to voters to have that kind of flexibility. But when you have early voting, at least 3 weeks of it, and you have a Sunday where people have what do they call it? Souls to the polls Sundays, then people take advantage of that. So we don't want people to be confused about what you can do. The other option is in-person voting. Yes, you're saying, oh, the polls are going to be dangerous. You're right. For some people, however, that's their only option. Because guess what? When you've seen these long lines and that systemic failure at the polls in Georgia. One of the reasons why you saw that was because a good 20 to 30% of the people in those lines never got their absentee ballots that they applied for. They never received their vote by mail. They were there because they had to make sure in their heart that their vote was going to be counted. So we're saying to the states, follow the new CDC guidelines that just came out in June about at about on-site polling. It says provide PPE, clean the machines between people, disinfect often, and we say no, make paper ballots available and let the people take the pens with them. Make paper ballots available. We say, yes, if you got to have a machine, you better clean it, but you didn't in Georgia. You didn't in Wisconsin. And that's why people had issues after they voted. We're saying to these polling places, have your PPE, not only for your poll workers, but for the voters. Give them masks while they're waiting in line. Give them gloves. Give them the protection. Have the hand sanitizers. Do your work for the voter also. So these are just some of the things. The fourth one is something nobody talks about, and that is drive up voting. Why aren't we hearing about drive up voting? In some states, they've done a great job of making available what is called drop boxes. We advocated for drop boxes, right? In Pennsylvania. We advocated, and when I say we, meaning the larger voting rights community, advocated for drop boxes in Georgia. We advocated for drop boxes all over this country because people, again, they want to make sure their ballot is received. In some of these states, they're confused about how much money do you even put as postage. They don't know, and they don't want their ballots to be rejected. Guess what? Across the country, what are we seeing? 10% rejection rates for mail-in ballots because of wrong postage. People didn't sign them the right way at the right places, didn't put the security envelope in, all of these things. Didn't get two witnesses in Alabama. Didn't find a paid notary in Alabama, North Carolina. All of these issues, people. So folks like to be able to just drop their ballot off at a drop box. And what we're saying to every state, every county, is not only should you have drop boxes, but don't just put them at the polling places. Put them in the Black neighborhoods. Put them in those African American neighborhoods. Put them in those Latino neighborhoods. Put them in the Asian neighborhoods. Put them where people can have them. We also are saying to these states, whatever happened to curbside voting? People in Europe are probably saying, what in the world is that, Barbara? Did you know that you can vote from your car? Did you know that if you live in Hollywood, that they allow you to vote from your car? Because in Hollywood, they have the ability to give to anybody who wants to vote, who's rich and drives up to the Hollywood sign, they vote from their car. They don't get out. They don't stand in line. We don't see this nonsense we saw in Lexington, where you had 2-hour lines and Black folks getting on buses, going forever, taking 2 hours to get out to a stadium and then to stay in line for 2 hours. Why couldn't they have had polling sites in those Black communities? Why didn't they have drive up voter curbside voting? Because literally people drive to your car, they check you in just like they would at the polling place. They bring you a tablet machine that allows you to vote in private, where you could cast your ballots, review your ballots, and then be finished with it. Why? Why can't they bring you a paper? Some places they can bring you a paper ballot. Last thing. So we believe in curbside voting. We believe that instead of having people stand in these long lines at the stadium, why didn't you just have 20 lines in those big old parking lots for curbside voting? what's going on, folks. We can do better. We got the technology, we got the means, right, Daryl? We got the capacity. Why aren't we doing better? Because we don't care, because voter suppression is rampant in the states. Voter suppression is the order of the day, and I call it what? Virus voter suppression. So we have a fight on our hands. We know that we got work to do. We're never going to stop until every voter in America is able to vote. We want to say to you out there, you're saying, hey, I'm ready to be part of the troops. I'm ready to be part of this fight. Because I keep saying, if the states won't do it, if the federal government won't make voting available to voters, if the federal courts, the Supreme Court has 4 times had an opportunity this year in 2020 to help voters, and each time they refuse to do so. So if the states, the federal government, and the courts won't do their job, then it's us. We're the front line for voters. So go to votingrightsalliance.org, votingrightsalliance.org. Sign up, become part of our mighty army. Join all these great organizations like the NAACP. Join your League of Women Voters. Join your local chapter of the National Organization for Women. Be part of Moms Rising. Be part of the Hip Hop Caucus. Be part of all of our amazing 40 organizations that I could call out, the St. Louis Voter Protection Group. We could call out all these groups because they're so powerful and they're doing this hard work. Join up. Create new organizations and link up with all of us so that we can do this work, because we have what? 90 days in the countdown. We're at the 90-day countdown mark where we're there, we're coming, we're there. We need to do the work, and you are essential to that. Don't let anybody ever tell you that you don't count. Don't let anybody ever tell you that your vote's not important. Don't let anybody ever tell you that your power doesn't make a difference, because it does. If you just tell one person how to vote, if you get one person to know where their correct polling place is, if you help one person and where you're allowed to get their ballots and make sure that they apply for their ballots, if you just do one person to make sure they have the right voter ID, thank you for Vote Riders and Spread the Vote and all these great organizations that help. Thank you to Head Count for putting out good information about polling sites. And thank you to vote.org for having that wonderful voter registration tool that allows you to vote. If you are formerly incarcerated, you want to go to vote.org, because it's going to tell you what your rights are in your states, because there are 17 million of you who don't know your rights and think you can't vote, and you can. Think about it, Daryl. Not only am I speaking on this, but there are all these 17 to 18 million people who have been purged. The inactive voters, 17 to 18 million inactive voters. Somebody said it's closer to 54 million. My numbers don't quite add up to that. But what they're telling us is that when you saw those long lines, remember I said a quarter of those people didn't get their ballots? Another part of that was those people who were purged from the voting rolls, and they were on the inactive list. If you're on the inactive list, they're not going to mail you a ballot in most states. And people didn't know that. And so when they showed up to vote, they were being told they had to vote provisionally. They were being told they couldn't vote. That's why same-day voter registration counts. That's why we fight for it. So everything I've talked about, this is our fight. It's not over yet. You can still get your county officials to do better. Just last week in Georgia, they got more drop boxes agreed to. They're still negotiating in other states about what those elections are going to look like in November. You want voter options so that every voter has the best opportunity to vote. And Daryl, I don't know if my guest, Angela, has joined us yet, but I just wanted to take a pause and let you react.
Thank you, Barbara. You know, as we start to study and understand all of the options that are available to voting, I think that perhaps Reverend Jackson put it best yesterday. Uh,
Mm.
the more options that are put out there for you, the easier it is for you to vote. If you don't want to leave home, vote by mail. If you don't trust the mail, go to the poll. If you don't if you don't think it's healthy enough to go to stand in line to vote, do the drop box. The options will be there, but you got to push for those options, and that's what it's all about. The beatings that John Lewis and C.T. Vivian and so many of the other leaders that have laid the way for us took, they're the ones that are opening that door for you. They're the ones who are watching now to see, was their work in vain? Was their labor in vain? What they attempted to do to put in place so that we would have the opportunity to be able to register and vote, was it in vain? I don't believe it was in vain. And you're the mere fact that you're here watching part of this conference tells me that you don't think that it's in vain either. But we must go out and we must encourage our young people and everyone else that we can touch to vote. Absolutely, to register and to vote. You know, Barbara, as you were laying out the what I call the legends of the civil rights movement with C.T. Vivian,
I left one out.
you left out Emma Sanders.
That's right. But I also, listen, let's talk about these powerful Black women that helped to make the Voting Rights Act possible. And I want to, when you see the movie Selma, or when you read the story of Bloody Sunday, and you see Amelia Boynton being beaten, and you see, Diane Nash for a hot second, people don't know that these were the prime movers. These were the people who were organizing in Selma long before SNCC showed up, long before SCLC showed up, long before. They had been there for years, organizing and building power and fighting Sheriff Clark and fighting all of these Longo and the rest of them who were blocking Black leaders, Black voters. They are the people who are leading that movement. Black women have been in this fight. Think about Fannie Lou Hamer. She gave us the song, "This Little Light of Mine." What did she say? I'm gonna let it shine. I mean, just think about it. People tend to forget and erase the role of Black women. I go back once again. Here's a tie here. Think about this, Daryl. You go back to 1963. There's going to be a huge anniversary march, by the way, in Washington, D.C. on August the 28th. Be part of that. Support that. That's being led by the National Action Network and some other great organizations. Be part of that. But go back to 1963 on the August 1963, when they had the March on Washington. And Black women were mostly absent. When you see the tapes, you don't see the Black women speakers. You see some singers, right? But you don't see the Black women speakers because one person I understand got stranded in Boston and couldn't get a plane. But the other problem was that Dorothy Irene Height, who was here spoken that day, when she found out that they weren't going to allow John Lewis to speak, she said, "That's unconscionable, Daryl." She says, "You got to have a young person's voice." And they were saying, "No, he's just 21. He's only just been a freedom rider. He's gotten his head cracked a little bit here and there. He's not a real leader. He's not worthy of the big six. He's not as good as, all the big guys. Why in the world would we want him to speak? He's going to get there and say something that's too radical. We don't want him." And it was her. She's the person who said, "You know what? I'm just going to give up my speaking opportunity." And for that reason, we did not have the voices of Black women heard mightily that day. And one thing I always say when people say, well, they weren't there because one person couldn't do something. My question is, why weren't there 10 Black women scheduled to speak that day? We got to remember that there's power in real diversity, real multiplicity, that just preserving a spot for one isn't a spot for all. We gotta have better, perspectives, especially on Black women. Emma Sanders was great, everybody. She died the week after John Lewis and C.T. Vivian. And Daryl, you can talk about her work in Mississippi. She did just amazing work with the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party.
Absolutely, absolutely. And another very interesting piece that a lot of people miss, Barbara, is with regards to John Lewis. They always think and they focus on him crossing the Edmund Pettus Bridge. But oftentimes, a piece that's missed is that he was chairman of SNCC at the time.
Yes, he was.
And he took it to SNCC to see their approval to go across this Edmund Pettus Bridge. And they said no.
The executive committee said no, said it was too dangerous because Jim Clark had just beaten, knocked down C.T. Vivian, and they had just killed 2 days after C.T. Vivian was beaten. They had killed Eddie Lee Jackson, right? And Jimmy Lee Jackson. And because of that, they said it's too dangerous. And what did he say, Daryl, in response?
He was gone. He said, I'm going. I'm going. And they had to decide whether they were coming with him.
Right. He said, if the people are going to march.
That's right.
If the people are going to march. That was Amelia Boynton. That was Diane Nash. That was James Bevel. That was all of them. He said, if the people are going to march, I'm going to be there. I'm marching with them. And, now today, people say, oh my goodness, there were so many people on that Edmund Pettus Bridge. No, people, there were 600 brave souls, 600 foot soldiers. I met Amelia Boynton Robinson when she was 90 years old. I'm standing on the steps of the Montgomery Capitol, and I hear, fired up, ready to go. And it's Amelia Boynton at 90 leading a march on the Capitol of Alabama and saying, get rid of this ugly voter ID law that you're trying to pass. Don't pass that citizenship law. Do better by Selma, who you're punished and won't give money to. It was Amelia Boynton at 90 leading this march. I almost fell over because it reminded me that good spirits never stop. And what did she say when people would come up to her during the 50th anniversary of the act 5 years ago, when people would come up to her and say, I'm standing on your shoulders? She said, no, get off my shoulders. Stand on your own. Do your own fight.
All right.
Bring with your best that you got to this moment. Make the difference. Be the difference. That's what she said.
Gotta love it. Gotta love it. If you're not fired up and ready to go here and that, I don't know what's wrong with you.
Right.
Something wrong with you. Wow. Well, that's really great. With Emma Sanders and the Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, she was there along with Fannie Lou. People remember Fannie Lou. They don't remember Emma Sanders being there. Emma Sanders, the one who's opened her home to many of the Freedom Summer Riders that would come on down there, and she would risk her life to be certain. And this was the time when they came up with Goodman, Cheney, and Swerner that came up missing. Emma Sanders was there hosting these folks and opening her home and risking her life and putting herself out there. And why? Because it was that important that Blacks have the opportunity to register and use that vote.
And you got to think about it. She was, a good friend to Fannie Lou. Remember, people, that Congresswoman delegate Eleanor Holmes Norton had to fly to Mississippi to free Fannie Lou Hamer from prison because they were beating her.
Mm-hmm.
Beat her, made a black jailer, beat her.
And who beat her, Barbara? Who beat her?
A black jailer, and he was crying as he was beating her. But they said, told him it was his job or to beat her. They don't know that we forget that she died early, too young, because of all the beating she took. They sterilized her. She went for a routine surgery, and they decided no more of her, no more people like her ever. And they sterilized her because she was a woman, and this is the way you penalize women fighting for voting rights. There's so many stories, right, that are unknown, but let's make it a pledge this 55th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act to unerase the stories of Black women, to lift them up, to lift up all our heroes of all genders, all races, all our diversity, because we're going to hear a lot of good stuff coming up from your panel. Because you got an amazing panel. They're going to talk about the full diversity of the intersectional realities of being Black and poor. They're going to talk about being Black and homeless. They're going to talk about all these issues. They're going to talk about how people were telling Reverend Martin Luther King Dr. Martin Luther King, that he couldn't be around Bayner Rustin because he was gay. You're going to hear all these stories. You're going to hear why was James Baldwin pushed to the side with all of his brilliance. So you got a panel. They're going to talk about, folks with disabilities. They're going to talk about, people with disabilities and the obstacles. You got a great panel coming up, and I can't think of a better moderator than Daryl D. Jones, who is one of the leading attorneys in this country. He is the chair of the board of the Transformative Justice Coalition. He is a fighter. He is a solid rock when it comes to this fight. It's an honor to work with you, Daryl. Take it away with your panel.
Thank you, Barbara. Thank you so much. One of the things, as Barbara Arnwine was speaking about, overcoming obstacles, and this panel is going to talk about overcoming obstacles. But let me tell you, it's being African American in America, being African American in America. If you face a disability, that's like a triple piece. If you're a woman, that's another piece, another layer that's added on it. If you're a man, there's a layer that's added onto it. If you're homeless, it's a level that's added onto it. If you're transgender, wow, that's a super level that's added onto it. But in all those aspects and everything that you've heard us talking about so far this afternoon, we talked about Fannie Lou Hamer, and you heard Barbara talking about Fannie Lou Hamer. And one of the pieces, if you have not had an opportunity to read Harriet Washington's Medical Apartheid, I encourage you to read it, because that's another aspect of African American history that many are unfamiliar with. With Fannie Lou Hamer, how do I tie that in? When you read Harriet Washington's book, she'll speak of Fannie Lou Hamer, and what she'll tell you is it became known as a Mississippi appendectomy. And what they would do is that they would sterilize the woman so she couldn't have any more children. She'd think that she was going in for a simple procedure, and she would end up sterilized so that she could not have children. So when I tell you that, there's so many aspects of being African American and in the United States that you just start to unfold so that you can begin to understand it. I'll be very honest with you. I hadn't even considered the medical side to it all. I'm going to tell you that could be a whole panel in itself. How they tested medicines on you, how they tested procedures on the slaves, how they tested and still do it to this day. But let me pause. I see that Dara Baldwin has made it, and Caitlin Cobb has made it, and Seth Washington has made it. And I know that David Johns is going to be joining us very shortly. As I say his name, he appears. Welcome, panelists. This opening panel is going to discuss the community's challenge by voter suppression and fighting back. David Johns is the executive director of the National Black Justice Coalition. He was with us for the Teletown Hall on Monday and started this big fight, got everybody fighting in the middle of this big Teletown Hall. And he's just an exciting young brother who just brings it. He stays on his issue. He means what he says and says what he means, and he ain't backing off. You gotta appreciate that. We also have with us Daryl Baldwin, who is the director of the National Policy Center for Disability Rights. Let me tell you, I had an opportunity, and she didn't know I was watching. I had an opportunity to watch Dara as she was dealing with our Millennial Vote Matters training, and she lit it up. If you think that I was talking strong about David and how he stands, you ain't seen nothing till you start getting into the way of Dara. Disagree with her. That's all. Just disagree with her. Okay? Wonderful panelists. Welcome, Daryl. Welcome, welcome, welcome. We also have with us Seth Washington. Seth represents the new blood. David Johns was the new blood on Monday night. Seth Washington is the newest blood that's up here. He comes from our Millennial Vote Matters training. He just finished our training here recently, actually Wednesday. Congratulations, Seth. Way to go. Way to go. We also have with us, Darius has not made it, I don't believe. So when Darius Ballinger makes it, we'll have him on too. He has a wonderful story. So let me open up with David Johns. Let me open up with David Johns. David, we're talking about voter suppression and voter suppression in America. And one of the interesting things that I have found in a lot of the reading that I've done is that when it comes to the trans community in America, and we're dealing with voter identification and folks being concerned with their voter identification, how they're being treated in the voting place. That seems to be an issue that is sort of coming forward. I'm hearing a lot more of it, I guess, probably because there's more voter ID laws. Could you share with us some of what the experiences are within the community?
I will. I appreciate the invitation. Want to say thank you and acknowledge the leadership of our sister, Barbara Arnwine, and accept that you asked the Black same-gender loving man to answer the question about the queer community. I do that with love. And so I'm going to step back because I don't want to make assumptions about where people are and how they enter this discussion that my sister Dara and I often have about just how intersectional Black people are, right? I want to be clear that there are Black people who are also LGBTQIA plus and might identify in other ways. Again, gay is synonymous with white, gay. So I use the term same gender loving. I also use the term same gender loving because gay evokes thoughts of sex. And often Black folks are denied anything associated with love, not this effusive idea of love, but the kind of love that Nikki Giovanni and James Baldwin talked about in '71 when they were filmed having a conversation in Paris, right? The kind of love that allows Black cis men, Black cis heterosexual men who will love Black trans women at night and then murder them when confronted with the idea that to be a man in America means to not love Black women, cis and trans. And so I want to be clear that all of that is about control of bodies. It is about everything that Malcolm X echoed at least 4 decades ago in identifying the unique challenges that Black women, and to be clear, when I say Black women, I mean cis and trans, femme-identified folks face. And one of the things that we don't talk often enough about now is that there are so many additional barriers that Black folks with intersectional identities face to doing things that other Black people take for granted, like voting. There are active attempts across the country, most recently in Idaho, where state legislatures are passing aggressive policy reforms that prohibit people from, one, being able to change their gender identification on their ID, two, passing additional poll taxes that require people to pay unnecessary and often egregious fees to be able to change their identification. And then three, having often conflicting requirements around different forms of identification, such that your license might be consistent with your gender identity, but your birth certificate, which is required for a specific purpose, might not. All of the processes, again, that are required in order for one to do any of this identification, gathering, changing, securing, have been further complicated by COVID and everything associated with COVID.
Mhm.
And often, in particular, trans individuals are required, if they do not have the $65,000 required to jump through the medical field's hurdles, they are required to go through additional processes within the medical field where people have to sign off on their ability to show up in the world in the way that God purposed for them to show up. And so I want everybody to be clear as we continue to fight for not only our ability to vote, but to ensure that when we do show up and vote, especially when people are risking their lives to do it in this current pandemic, on top of the crisis that already is anti-Blackness, which is always ravaging us, that we also protect people's vote, right? And that we do that for all people in all ways. I know Dara's going to tag and tap in, so I would stop right there.
Okay, Derek, actually before Derek jumps in, David, could you drill down a little more on the payment of fees for the changing of the gender, and you're calling it sort of a poll tax. Could you explain that a little more?
Yeah, in the same way that the legislature in Florida passed a bill that, in theory, allowed people who have relationships with the prison industrial complex to vote, but then required them to pay restitution on anything associated with their relationship with the prison industrial complex, such that it is a poll tax. Similarly, individuals, in order to obtain and or to change gender identification, so it's consistent with the expectations often that a poll worker or a precinct captain or a person who has the power of mediating somebody's ability to actually cast their ballot. So it's consistent with their expectation of them when they're looking at them or they're looking at their name on an identification, requires people to pay for things. And so in the same way that Black folks are often burdened by unnecessary requirements to produce documents that white people created simply for the purpose of preserving their privilege, individuals who are Black and trans and or have a disability and or who are Afro Latinx or for whom this is not their parents' country of origin, face additional barriers that Black people who are otherwise privileged might otherwise take for granted.
Okay. Yeah, thanks. I appreciate that. And Dara, sort of picking up on some of what David was laying out, when we're speaking of the voter suppression that's dealing with the disability community, and we're talking about, one of the big things that's being thrown out now is vote by mail. Now, what issues are presented with the vote by mail that would be suppressive?
Sure. So peace and blessings, everyone. Power to the people. And thank you, my sister Barbara. I love you. And everyone out there, vote 2020, vote, vote, vote. Yeah, so let me start back to the beginning. So as David gave a little history, 1865, San Francisco passed the laws. They're called ugly laws. They still exist in European countries. Ugly laws are considered if you were considered ugly if you had a disability and you were not allowed to be out on the streets. So therefore, right, they're surely not voting. That's not going to happen. And let's not be Black people and disabled. So coming forward, and I say this because people always celebrate the rights to vote. 1965, we got the right to vote. We just celebrated yesterday. That's Black people, not Black disabled people. So you understand and know that, right? White women always talk about how they got the right to vote. And I say, no, that was for you all, not for us, right? My grandmother and my mother didn't get the right to vote back in 1915. People with disabilities did not get the right to vote in this country until 1990. Right? Let's realize that. That's the passage of the ADA, the Americans with Disabilities Act, which is the Civil Rights Act for disabled folks, which passed on July 26, 1990, which said, right, the premise of the ADA is not doors and ramps. It is community integration. It says you are a person who belongs in the community because ugly law said you didn't, and then they put them in institutions. We still have those institutions. And in fact, those nursing homes and institutions, 26% of the people who are dead from COVID in this country are in nursing homes. Mm-hmm. And 80-something% of those people are Black and brown. They are our people. So you understand who's being killed and dying in those facilities and the workers who work there. They are our people. So vote by mail. For people with disabilities or disabled folks, however you wish to discuss them, I am not someone, right? So that's why I say them. But I am part of the family, as they say. So let's start with registering to vote. There is not a system in this country, a state, territory, or the district. I'm from DC, DC statehood, DC statehood, DC statehood. I got to say, um, and they cannot find a registration. They can't register on their own. If you are blind and low vision, you will not find a registration ballot in Braille. They will not offer it to them. So that means I have to fill it out or someone else. HAVA, the Help America Vote Act, distinctly says in the statute in there, you are to vote, you can vote in the format that you wish to vote. So, vote by mail. For disabled folks, there's really three big areas. One is, first, right, well, let's say if they want to go in and vote, they should be able to vote. Right. And disability rights folks, who are mostly white folks, always talk about accessibility of the polls. Yeah, that's okay. But we talk about voter suppression. They don't talk about Black folks' issues and concerns. So one is and vote by mail. If you wish to vote, 5 states in this country say it's great. They never talk to the disabled people when you look at those statistics, so you understand and know. They talking to everybody else. So when you get your voter registration in the mail, and you've seen it, it's kind of like an SAT test. It's a bubble and you have to fill it in. If you have no dexterity in your hands, which means you can hold a pen like I'm holding right now, or your hand shakes, if you don't fill that bubble in correctly, when they put it through the scanner, it says null and void. And just as we saw, a lot of Black folks like, I'm not voting by mail. I want to see my ballot done. I want to go to the poll and vote. Same thing. That disabled person sends it in. They never know if it really went through. So that's one. Two is you have people who may have a guardian. We have what's called guardianship in this country, and their guardian can choose if they are allowed to go and vote or if they're not. So if they have to vote by mail and the ballot comes to the home, the guardian can hold that ballot and not give it to that person, or they can fill it out for that person. Right. And we had a case in Virginia where a young lady in 2008, young white woman wanted to vote for Obama. Her parents said no. They took her guardianship and they held her from voting. She won her fight and she got to vote for him in 2012. But this happens all the time, specifically to Black folks with white people who are their guardians. Okay. And then a third reason is that, like we said, if you want to vote, you should be able to vote in the format that's best for you. And so if they want to vote, they should be able to go in and vote. And also by the ADA, you need to make those ballots accessible. And so vote by mail is not always the best way, and it's not always the right way either. And I'll finally say this, my great-grandmother, my mother's father's mother, who I got to see, she lived for a very long time, to 101. And when every election, she took me with her to the polls. And when we walked in the polls, she started naming names. And I was like, Granny, what you doing? And she said, that's my mother, that's my grandmother, that's my great-grandmother, that's my grandfather, my father. Because my grandfather was born in 1913. So she was born in 18-something. They were slaves. And they never got to vote. And when she walked in, she said their names. She wanted them to know, I'm voting for you, baby. I'm voting for you. So we should allow our people, especially Black folks, who are never allowed to go into the polls, they should be allowed to go. They should be safe. And they should be accessible to these people.
Yes, and they weren't slaves, they were enslaved. They were people who have full humanity that deserves to be acknowledged. They were
Thank you very much. You're right, my brother. They were enslaved. That's correct.
And Dara, are there any examples that you would hold up, any state that you would hold up as an example that gets it right when it comes to the issue of registering people with disabilities to vote? Is there any state that you can hold up as an example?
Of course, there are states who do it well. There's not one state in the country that does it well for blind and people who have low vision, because they don't offer it in Braille. They don't offer it, right? So which means that I have to fill out. Not only that, also when they go to vote, if you're blind or low vision and the machine is not accessible, who works the poll? Your neighbor, Miss Jones down the street. And and so when you go in, you can't see, you can't really, it's not accessible. The machine is not accessible. There are some machines that are accessible, not a lot. They're working on that. And therefore, Ms. Jones fills out the form for them. That's not a private and secret vote for that person. And if Ms. Jones don't like you, who you vote for, she can write whoever she wishes on that piece of paper and you would never know. So for blind and low vision, people with low vision, which we have a lot, right? Black folks, that we don't have great health care. So we get a lot of Black folks have high blood pressure and glaucoma is very big, right? And so not being able to see that ballot or see that registration form No, there's not one state in the country or a territory or the District of Columbia who offers a registration form in Braille or in the format or large print for someone, or or offer it to them, on a tablet so that they can fill it out right that way. No, they do not one.
You've just blown my mind. I just can't believe that in this country, that there is not one county that offers voter registration in Braille for its citizens. Not one. That's just incredible. And Dara, you're a 2-for-1, because I read a little bit about you, and I think you did some work with domestic violence victims. Is that right? Do I have it correctly?
Yes.
So when you have the situation where you have a woman, obviously, typically I'm an attorney, so blah, 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 blah. If the situation where you have a woman that's in a domestic shelter who may not, or, have, want her address exposed, her information exposed for whatever reason, how do you deal with them with regards to registering and voting and vote by mail?
So that is a large problem. And especially for me, I tell you, I worked on the reauthorization of VAWA. So that's what, if you're talking, which is the Violence Against Women Act. Sorry, you speaking acronyms in DC.
Okay.
So I specifically work for disabled women. And you don't find disabled women in those shelters because the shelters aren't accessible. So let's start there, right? Let's be real here, right? And most, but to answer your question, that is the problem around vote by mail, right? It's not just domestic violence shelters. Right. It is also our indigenous and Native American community, where there's not typically a real address, right, for them, which is a way in which they choose to live, and that's their choice. But the voting laws and the way we have the law set up is you have to have an actual physical address. So, right, don't blame the person for their culture, right? You blame the system for how you set that culture up. And so, right, that is a problem for, and there are many people, I will say this so people know, I got my brother, David's on here, so I have to say this, right? It's not just women who are in domestic violence shelters. There's all kinds of people, right. In shelters, as well as our children, our youth who have to go to shelter. And they could be at that age, 17, they're about to be 18 to register and vote, and they could be there, right, as well, coming out. And so that is an issue and concern. Many people, you can find different ways to do it. You could work with your Secretary of State or your Board of Elections and have them come to the center privately and do a private day of that. You could also have groups that do this, right? We have many groups in the country who do voting as their outreach, have them come to the shelter and have them do a day of doing that. When people say they can't find a way, they're the wrong people to talk to. Anybody who uses the word can, I don't work with. I need to talk to people who know how to do and get things done.
Right. And you raise a very good point. And when you're talking about people that are transient, that are between places, it raises all kinds of issues. Caitlin Cobb, in part of the experience that Caitlin has had is that she was homeless for a period of time. And for that period of time that someone is homeless, and let's be clear, simply because a person doesn't have, an apartment or a room or whatever you want to call it, does not mean that, that they're not an intelligent person, that they're somehow less than anything else, particularly now when we're dealing with COVID-19 and people not having income coming in to be able to stay in their residences. Caitlin, so with situations like that, with people that are homeless and people that are newly becoming homeless, and their issues regarding the vote and registering the vote and access to the vote, what was your experience like?
Well, I was homeless for the majority of 5 years in Baltimore, from the time I was 18 until about 22 or 23. And during this time, I was in domestic violence shelters and things like that. And nobody comes in and tries to register you to vote. And in 2016, when I started working with Barbara and I called people about housing initiatives in Baltimore, I got hung up on by people that were supposed to help homeless people. And so when I tried to talk about voting, nobody wanted to talk about it. And in 2017 or 2018, when the National Commission for Voter Justice, when we went to Texas, the woman there that spoke on homelessness and voting issues said that nobody had ever, in her 15 years working there, asked her to speak on issues of voting for homeless people. And when we were doing a voting session somewhere else, um, there were kids outside that the church didn't let in, even though we were doing doing a whole thing on voting, and there was plenty of room, and they didn't allow anyone to come down either from the shelter. So it's a huge problem. One, there's not enough outreach to people who are homeless and who, you know, to vote. And then there's all these restrictions and common restrictions. Somebody on Twitter was sounding the alarm, which got me noticing it, that with the coming eviction crisis that's going to happen, so many people being homeless that nobody's prepared for, um, there's going to be tightening of restrictions on what proof of residence means. Already you see some places that if it's not on your ID, or you have to, you know, have your ID say where you live, but people that are homeless, you can't do that. And let's be clear, as you were saying, homelessness also covers people who are couch surfing. It's anyone who doesn't have a permanent place to stay. So that is a lot of people. People that during COVID were scared and ran to go live off with relatives and stuff. How are they going to vote? You know, when you talk about vote by mail and things like this, and then people that are homeless, and all, not only is there no outreach to people who are homeless, but then, and how do you outreach to them in COVID, right? Because it's harder to go person to person. Nobody's doing that to anybody. Nobody's giving them voter registration forms. But also then it's like, and then how, if they're interested in voting, how do they? Because I got food stamps and different things from social services. And at one point they denied me. They said that I had too many people use the same address that I was using, which is a homeless help center. So there's a problem too.
And would you say, Caitlin, and Caitlin, would you say that, you know, people that are homeless, when you talk about, at least in my world, when you talk about the government, you think of the government as being that almost a safety net for people that are falling on hard times, that the government is there to try to help them, to try to help the least of these, not just the best, the most of these, but the least of these. Isn't that sort of the whole function of the government?
You would think that, but the second time that I was homeless, I went to go stay in the best shelter that was in the state of Maryland, and they told me there was one spot left and I could have it. However, I would have to drop out of school because I took the bus, and I couldn't arrive by curfew. So curfew is 3 or 5 o'clock, but you got people in Wisconsin and other states staying out until 9 or 10 or 1 a.m. to vote. So how would that even work? You'd get kicked out of your shelter. I chose instead, obviously, to finish school rather than having a place to stay. But that shouldn't have to be a choice. And also then how can you use the shelter address? Because then,
And
so the government,
And it also raises something that that David brought up a little earlier in the beginning. So if you're homeless, so you know, I'm thinking that you're making a decision about, do I go to school or do I go to a shelter? Where am I going to spend the night? That type of situation. If they're requiring you to have a voter identification, they're requiring you to have a license or something like that. Is that an additional burden? Is that almost like a poll tax then for a homeless person to be able to exercise their right to vote?
I mean, I can just give this example. So there was a homeless help day that they have in Maryland, like that they're having in Baltimore. So the shelter provided buses for people to go down. The line was all the way around the block. There was so many more people than they expected there. So you stood in line all day, and by the time you got in there, a lot of the things had gone, and a lot of the services had left, including the service to help people get IDs, to help people get their birth certificates, to help people get their social security cards. Those services had left, and then at one point they locked the door. And so when you say that, that's a real impediment, because you have to go, and I've had to do it several times. You have to go to these places to get things. And if you're a younger person and you end up homeless, like some kids are now for standing up for social justice or just for being who they are, right? Then it's a real issue because your parents hold that kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. And they can say, oh no, we won't give you your birth certificate and social security card. I don't know what happened to it. Somehow that was the only thing that was stolen from the house. I can't help you with that. And then what do? You have to go through the process. You don't even know how. You're 18, you're 22, your birth certificate and social security card yourself. And so that's a real issue with trying to get a voter ID that people will find acceptable with an acceptable address.
Yeah, you know, and when we start talking about finances and money that you need in order to purchase your license or to purchase, your whatever you need to show to be able to register to vote. I think of someone like Darius, right? Darius Ballinger. And in Darius's situation, he's someone who, David, I think it was you or Dara that had mentioned, that was previously incarcerated. And if you come out from being incarcerated at one point in time, you're not going to have a lot of resources there, And so when we go into and we start thinking about a case that David was talking about, the Razor case down in Florida, where they're requiring that your fine, fees, and restitution be paid before you can regain the right to vote. Darius, could you share with us, what you think? You got to take yourself off mute. What you think when you hear that type of concept being presented, and what it would mean to you?
Yeah, outright, I would say it's a tactic of voter suppression. Through my lived experience, I was arrested at the age of 18 and was tried as an adult right around the time where the opportunity to vote was kind of there. But the first, I remember my first opportunity to vote, I didn't vote, and it was essentially just this disconnect with the system. I didn't really understand what was happening at play. I didn't really see kind of how it directly impacted me. It wasn't until I had gone through a lived experience after my criminal justice experience, doing more direct service organizing in my community, that I was more inclined to be civically engaged. But at the outset, I mean, it wasn't told to you upon release that, upon your completion, upon your sentence, that you could vote. And it wasn't necessarily something that was talked about in the space that I was in. Not saying that folks, people of color weren't talking about it. Chicago is definitely a city of politics. But it's kind of just that the stigma, right? The stigma of once you get arrest or a felony, you don't have to vote. You no longer need to be inserting yourself in society.
What about the financial side of it, Darius? So you get out, you don't have any money or anything, presumptively you don't have a pot of money that's waiting for you. So you hear about these requirements that you will need to show all this stuff. And isn't it difficult, A, to get a job, and then B, to find a place to live, and then C, to even think about voting?
Yeah, I mean, you got it spelled out right? Where again, where your basic needs need to be met before you kind of consider casting a vote or a ballot. I would agree with you in all of that sentiment. And again, like I say, that being a way of voter suppression, that your fines and fees need to be paid up. Again, this is something just discouraging folks to register to vote. In our state of Illinois, upon the completion of your sentence, you are restored the right to vote. But there is no public message around that. This isn't something that your probation officer tells you. This isn't something that you hear upon leaving the detention center. You just decide to vote one day, and then Lord forgive you, you hear a media story about someone in another place getting detained or tried for voting, then you're less likely to participate.
And it's interesting, Darius, because although you're speaking, I think, primarily of state institutions, in some of the county jails, people are waiting to go to trial, and they absolutely, if they're registered, have the right to vote.
Yep.
But they can't exercise that right because they're at the detention center. And
Yep.
so it raises some serious questions in terms of not only suppression, but denial of your access to the basic rights that you're given by the Constitution of our country. And if there was a probation officer, or if there, upon your release from county or state institution or federal institution, there wasn't a packet that said, here's what you need to do. These are your rights with regards to reclaiming your right to vote. Would that have assisted you?
Yes, definitely. Which is why I'm diligent about working with a local organization, Chicago folks, that goes into the county jails to register folks to vote. Most recently, there was legislation to pass to allow for polling places to be in detention centers. This is one of the first in the country. to do so. But this now is happening in Cook County on November 3rd. Polls will be in the jails. Folks will have the opportunity to cast the ballot. A lot of conversations around, are those direct ballots, or are they being placed as absentees? But to your point, we're not denying folks of that right. We're making sure that they get that right. And these aren't folks that are serving time. These are folks, citizens that don't have $1,000, $100 bail, and they're just sitting in the detention center. They have their right to vote. It's just not afforded to them.
Right, pre-trial.
And this is Dara. Yep. I just wanted to reiterate that people in jail are you are innocent to proven guilty. And it's also not that they can't play bail either, right? Let's bring this all together. We have what's called mandatory minimums. We also have judges, right, who sit and say, I'm not gonna offer bail for you because I think this person is too dangerous for the community, yep, something, right? So going against their own civil human rights. And then also I want to put forward, and thank you, Darius, for talking about, but also that you do not have to step one in a jail or a prison to fall under this category. You right to come in contact with the criminal justice system. There are people who have felons who have never stepped foot in prison or jail. A DUI, a DWI, a domestic violence offense, those are considered felonies. That's what's happening down in Florida, where you have a lot of people who now have this bail, these restitutions to pay back. And they, you just pay the fine, but it still shows up on your record, and you still have the same collateral consequences that someone who did. And I'm not saying this, but we must not forget that community as well, right?
Yeah. You're absolutely right there, and it depends on the state that you're in as to whether or not it's classified as a misdemeanor or a felony. But it's even a greater point, and Seth, get ready, I'm coming to you. It raises an even greater point, because what it means is that if you're in the local detention center for a misdemeanor, you are not denied your right to vote for that misdemeanor. You can vote. And the question becomes, and this is where Darius's stuff picks up, because if you have those that are actually eligible to vote, but can't get out to vote because of their being detained, this is where that polling center inside that county detention center becomes huge. And, and I tell everyone, I think the last training session that we did, I encourage them to go to their county councils, to their county boards, and lobby them to have polling places in their detention centers, because there are people in those detention centers that have the right to vote that are being denied because of the government, not because of themselves, because of the government. The government knows where they are. The government knows they have the right to vote, and they're denying them that access to the right to vote. Seth, that brings me over to you. Reverend Dr. Ben Chavis hit me with a concept, and I know you were watching our last teletown hall on Monday, but one prior to that, Reverend Ben Chavis threw this concept out that just blew me away as to why we don't do it. And he called it a universal voting right. That when you turn 18 or graduate from high school, you, with your diploma, you get the right to vote, and you sign up or whatever, register and you vote. All right. Once you have that right to vote, you never lose it. You never lose it. Wherever you are, you always retain that right to vote. As one of our youngest panelists, how do you feel about that?
Well, honestly, Dr. Chavis is correct. If the vote wasn't so powerful, the powers above us wouldn't be trying so hard to take it away. When you have the right to vote, you ultimately have power to, affect change that you want to see in this country. As a young person, when the last election came around, I was 17 and I wasn't going to turn 18 until March 4th of that following year. So I did not get to vote in that election. However, when I did get the A&T, I saw firsthand how leaders gerrymandered my campus straight down the middle to split us in half in a form of voter suppression called gerrymandering that diluted our power just because, we were the largest public HBCU in the nation. We have roughly about 12,000 students. We were split into two congressional districts, District 6 and District 13. And that was it went to the Supreme Court. Supreme Court case Rucho v. Common Cause. Although we didn't win, it lost by a 5-4 decision. The lawmakers inherently said that you know, partisan gerrymandering was something that should be left up to the states. So when it got back to the state, I along with some colleagues were at the Board of Elections meeting, rallying for us to be able to, you know, have a polling site on campus. Even now there again, um, the leaders in our state of North Carolina tried to put a polling site in an area that, you know, would be far from the black demographic on the side of Greensboro that A&T is at. And A&T usually has a polling site on their campus, but they did not want that to happen for this next election, and early voting site, that is. With that being said, though, um, they also try to, you know, make sure that we were not on campus when that early voting period was open. Spring break was scheduled during that time, and for a lot of us young people, spring break is, you know, it's really important to us. We want to unwind, want to take some time out for ourselves, you know, and do all of that. But early voting was supposed to be on our campus at the time of spring break, and that's not a coincidence. Nobody was going to be on campus. Nobody was going to be able to vote. Um, and easily that, with that being said, it just shows how they were really trying to keep us from inflicting our power on society. A&T is in the center of Black Greensboro, and a lot of people rely on A&T as a polling site, as a place of infrastructure. We have a food pantry, a food bank. There's a lot of things that goes into, you know, A&T being where it is and like who we are. Um, Voting was very important to us, so we had to make sure that we rallied to get some effective changes done so that we can, and also the people in our community can also vote.
Okay. And, you know, just sort of a general question then of our panel here. Um, what actions would you like to see the community take to try to put pressure to make those changes, to make all of the respective areas that of your interest, making that registration available to them? What could the community do to help? Anybody can jump in. Oh my.
This is dark. I mean, people can do so many different things. We had the conversation, yeah, I think it was yesterday with the millennials, Gen 7, Gen Z, excuse me. And you know, a question was asked about helping out to get people who were in jails registered.
Mm-hmm.
And so, you know, and I thought it was a great question. And granted, you know, in the position you're in, some, and especially now with COVID, many of us are not allowed to go into the jails anymore. They're used, you know, there were organizations, Legal Women Voters, you know, Black Voters, um, um, Black Voters Matter, right? Latasha Brown and all of them,
Mm-hmm.
who went into jails, registered people to vote, and then also brought them the absentee ballots, went to pick them up and brought them back. So we might not be able to do that this time, but guess who can?
Yes.
Public defenders and the district attorneys who work for you. You pay taxes and you work for them, and you have the right to challenge them. You want to be safe and not do it right in their face, do it over social media, tag them and say, I'm challenging you. I need you, public defender, tell me how many people are in my jail, and how many, and I, you know, there's 1,000. Okay, are all 1,000 of those people in my jail that's in my city, in my county, are they all registered to vote? And
Mm-hmm.
keep asking them every single day until they answer you, and they say yes. You all can write a letter and get everybody in your you know, do a change.org petition and have it electronically and say, we are from county A and we're telling you, district attorney and public defender, we want everybody in our jail to be registered to vote. We want, and then after that, don't stop, because you got to say, did you get them their absentee ballots? And then you can't stop. You got to say, and were those absentee ballots picked up? You have, right? This is holding your elected officials accountable and challenging them on. There's a reason we have social media. Use it, use it, use it. Call them out. And especially if they name on those ballots, and let them know. we will not vote for you if you are not, because right, in some cities and some places, district attorneys are voted for. You will not be voted on. We will not vote for you. We will not support you if you don't allow our brothers, sisters, family members, people, our family, LGBTQ, everybody in the jail to vote. There
And
are ways you can do that. Think outside of the box. As I said, when people tell you you can't, then you're talking to the wrong people. And don't have all the same people at the table. Have different people at tables. You get different voice. You get be imaginary. Stop listening to these white folks and stop listening to people who tell you you can't do something. Find another way. Keep going. Keep asking somebody else. Well, you said, okay, and how do we do this? And how do we do that? And you tell these people who think they so powerful, they want to be on TV and doing all these other things. Yeah, I need you to be an influencer and making sure my people get to the polls. Influence that.
And I agree with you completely, Dara. And part of the reason that you always hear me pushing, saying, go to the local government, to the city government or the county government, is because once you have that ordinance in place, it becomes law that they've got to do it. That you can then hold them accountable for not doing it. And that's the focus of that piece. David Johns and the other panels, but David, I want to go to you first. It's understood that right now, the biggest block of voters in America are millennials and Gen Zs. Is there a difference in approach that the millennial and Gen Zs are taking to society that you're seeing? Do they see it through a different lens? Is it more open? Will they be more inclined to sign on to the issues that you're hearing about from this panel to be certain that everyone has access to the ballot?
I understand why you're asking me that question, but since there are 3 folks that are younger than me, I think rather than me pontificating in the way in which adults are wired to do, right? Like, I'm smiling and laughing about this because the one thing that I'm most proud of, having served still my president, Barack Hussein Obama, his fabulous wife, Michelle Yvonne Robinson Obama, is that I got to lead an initiative. And the initiative was really clear in saying, like, adults often do this thing where we like seek to solve problems for young folks, and we forget that like young folks are solving problems for themselves, and we gather like in places with other adults. We imagine what it was like when we were their age, and often design and implement solutions for them without letting them answer the question for themselves. And so I'm not going to commit that crime. I'm going to back away and let them speak for themselves, because they got this.
Hey, David, if you committed the crime, we know a good attorney that will come and represent you, and we try to get you the right to vote.
I tell people all the time, I'm from Inglewood, California. I like to fight, and I have bail money, but I'm also too cute to go to jail. So I'm just going to get out the way and let them answer this question.
Kaylin, Seth, Barry?
I jumped at this question. Honestly, I did want to take it after David Johns did answer. But since he did the further question to us, I am part of the Gen Z generation. And honestly, my sisters, they're millennials, and my older brother is on the cusp of millennial and Gen Z. But it is a different approach. We definitely have a different approach. Gen Zers, today I can say as myself, we want results quick, fast. And a lot of times, we don't want to put in all the effort that it takes to, get to those results that we need. So it just comes to the point to where, we need to step back and let our best ability be availability, to serve and to make sure we understand, what the people in front of us and before us laid down, so we can work with them and not work against them. So with that, honestly, it's a thing of we wanting things when we want them, and not exactly seeing it through before we just take action. We really need to sit back, and we really need to watch. We really need to pay attention and be open and receptive to what older people are telling us, because there are some people my age that are really like, I'm grown now, I don't need to listen to older people. Their time is come and gone. It's our turn to take over, blase. But we really can't work that way if we want to see some real change in action. But honestly, the difference between Gen Z and millennials, like we're living in a culture today, especially with young people, that the second that someone messes up, they're canceled. There's cancel culture. Um, there's a culture that you know uh, a lot of people are sensitive. Everyone wants a participation award, a participation trophy, and we just can't do things like that. Um, it's time out for that, and we just need to know that yes, okay, it's we don't have to ask for permission anymore. We don't have to ask for permission anymore, but we do have to listen, and we have to be receptive to those that came before us, to know that we are here and we do want to take over. But when you're ready to pass the torch to us, that's not us pushing you out the way. That's us saying, hey, let's advance you all forward as we go. Like, climb and pull others along with you. And we just have to see that. We just have to see that it is a different approach. Thank you, Attorney Jones, for that. It's a different approach.
Now,
And
Darius and Caitlin, I heard Seth talk about passing the torch. I'm gonna tell you, the framework that I come from, and we're having some feedback in the background. So if anyone, you know, is there, please let us know. Um, the framework that I come from is that I'm not passing you my torch. I'll light your torch, and you run, and you go. But you're not taking my torch. Let me keep my torch until I'm finished my run. And I'm going to light as many torches along the way as I can. And I think that's the perspective that many should have, is not push somebody to the side. But
yes, Brother Jones. Yes, Brother Jones. And here's where I'm going to leverage my privilege being between the generations, is to say that while that is the attitude that you and so many others in your experience band carry, it is also the reason why so many in our community are dying. We, as a generation of people who inherit trauma and who daily still experience the kind of toxic stress and trauma that would break the average mediocre white adult, require space to heal and to rest and to be restored. And the reality is that those of us, especially those of us who are engaged in this work, are the least likely to have access to the space, the time, the resources required to do those things. It is why we are seeing so many of our elders, so many members of the CBC die. And then the thing that they have held on to, their seat, their office, their position of influence, goes away. And I want us to be clear that, like, there's a missed opportunity, because what I heard Seth say is, we are no longer going to be patient, and y'all shouldn't be. Seth, right. Darius, Caitlin, y'all should be beyond pissed off with the reality that we are still talking about race and racism, as rudimentary as it is. You all should be free to be applying your brilliance and genius to so many other things in the world beyond, like, how to get folks not to be racist. That is our fault. And a part of why they are righteously impatient, Brother Jones, is because so many of us feel like, and have been taught that, like, our effort means that, like, we got to hoard that which makes us feel good in the world, this torch, and somebody else has to earn it. I fundamentally believe, as the recipient of not only somebody's torch, but it being relit at moments in which I have become exhausted, that we get further faster if we shift away from where you are, which is to say, I'm gonna give you this torch. If you demonstrate that you're interested in it, I will give you this torch so that you can rest. Because the reality is, if you've had the torch and you carry the torch and you need to pick the torch up again, Brother Jones, you can do so. But to require these young folks who are dealing with the other thing that's different is that, like, they have so much more access to information and misinformation. I could even go, we got an entire conversation about what y'all's president is doing for what it means for us to hold on to the truth. Right? They also have access to tools and technology and social media platforms that allow them to engage in conversations and organize in ways that have not existed heretofore. They can get the job done more efficiently and more effectively if we shift away from the place that you're occupying.
Right. I agree with
I would like to hear from Darius and Caitlin. That's for
sure. Yeah, we were headed there.
Yeah.
we were headed there because Darius and Caitlin, I certainly want to hear from you two in that regard. And with regards to what David's saying, my position clearly is that I want to light your torch so that that joint light can help push you along the way. I'm not saying you can't take my torch, but I will be there for your source of knowledge if you need to ask me. So it's a continuation. It's not, I'm holding on to something and holding you back. Caitlin and Darius, what would you all like to say?
Yeah, no, and I think to jump in, I appreciate what Seth said and also what David said. And I think the first thing that comes to mind is I recently heard it, a statement made by John Lewis about this same idea of torch passing, and his philosophy was like, you're gonna have to come take my torch, right? And two parts to that, like the one is that as someone who feels called and led to do this work with the understanding of kind of like a shared suffering, I feel like that comes a part of it. So that may be my own, like, again, that is the fight, and it isn't an outright fight. Like the exchange of knowledge and making an introduction has to happen, but I can understand, like, put your best foot forward and meet me where I'm at. But then also to David's point as well is that we want to make sure that we're creating space for folks so that they don't get burnt out in that fight, because not everyone is going to go back and forth with the idea of the torch. But to get off that and to go back to where we were, I wanted to just be clear that one of the most dangerous things we can do is we can lump people into terms, lump people into generations, decades long, to say that this is a group, right? So even when we look at a group like Gen Z or millennials, within that group, that decade, there are subsets, there are populations, there are educated folks, there are activist folks, there are connected folks, right? Like, and then there are disenfranchised folks. I'm saying that that disenfranchised group will still be where it will be, right? If they're not getting engaged, if we're not caring about that folk, if we don't have a specific group that we're advocating for. So I don't necessarily know if it's a different outreach. Again, we've heard it yesterday. Barbara Online said that again, 6, 7, 8 times of voter contact, folks will vote. Now, if that is the science and we know that to be true, then yes, at one point in time, maybe a voter outreach pre-COVID was a mailer or was a knock on the door, but now that outreach is through a TikTok video or a social media channel. It is still outreach. It is still outreach. That doesn't go away. And it's how we're reaching and how we're speaking to people that really matters. Again, in this space of cancel culture, of misinformation, you can't really just, kind of shuck and jive people around nowadays no more. Like that may be a change. But again, I don't want to say that my grandparents and the folks before me didn't have that radar as well, that BS radar that's out there. So I think it's different means in which we go to engage, but there still is a desire there. The one thing that I'm seeing very clear is the silo of engagement. The reason why 30 and 40% of the city vote during municipal elections is because that is the same 30 and 40% that elected officials go to when they log into their vans. They know who the second and third time voter are. They're not spending their time with the first time voter. They're spending their time with the senior citizens. They're spending their time with the homeowners, right? Like there's a political science to why things are the way they are. I don't want it to just be stuck on the apathy of people who have been marginalized and disenfranchised for years and years and generations on generations, when there are political scientists and folks who understand we only need a certain amount of votes to win. We don't need everybody to win. That's why we're talking about voter suppression. And the folks in power understand that. So what we have to do is we have to be in kinship with the folks that don't vote, that to move that one-time voter, that sometime register, to always to be re-engaged in the process. Because what I've seen in my experience is that elected officials and folks, again, that are in the connected space, activists, protesters, organizers, folks that just come out of nowhere. A shooting happened on your corner and then somebody come and say they organized for Black Lives Matter. And you're like, I never saw you here before, right? These connected folks, they understand the exact number that they get to get that win. But the people in the community don't understand how they are impacted by this larger system. And so I think it's operating in silos that really disadvantage us, and it's again working against the powers that be that know a little bit more.
And I agree with you wholeheartedly, Darius. And Caitlin, I like you to sort of bring us home. How do we reach the Gen Z and the millennial voters that are out there and get them registered and get them active? I mean, I think that y'all, and so my Southern roots, I think that y'all on this panel, have really, really stepped out, and shown that there's a passion and there's a fire that's there, and there's a vision that's there, and there's the drive that's there. But how do we get everybody? How do we get our panels? How do we get our Gen Zs and millennials really focused and registered and understanding the power of the vote?
I'm so glad that Seth spoke from his perspective, and that's so interesting because I remember when millennials were called the now generation when I was growing up, and then all of a sudden it changed to millennials, and I was like, when did that happen? But we were called the now generation because we wanted everything now. But also on the part about passing the torch, I mean, I think to Seth's point, what he was saying is that we're fine with you lighting our torch, but we want to hold it together and walk with you. But you're not always letting us. You always want to be, or not you specifically, but people want to always be in the lead, and they're not letting the young people lead. They say that we're too young and that we're not educated enough, but we can die in our schools though. But they won't come to our schools and teach us civics education though. They'll give us civil death though. They're not coming into the homeless shelters. I mean, when I was homeless, one of the things I forgot to mention is that they do, when you get your benefits and things like that, like a food stamps card, they do give you a form that says you want to register to vote. But if you don't know what voting is, like I was like, I don't even know what I have to do to fill that out. That seems like a lot. I don't, they don't give you any follow-up information. So I think it's really about voter education because millennials, Gen Z, we care about issues and we care about action. And we don't always know the steps to take. That's why programs like the Gen Z and Millennial Votes Matter training is so important. That's why schools need to buff up on their teaching of research and writing. That's why civics education is so important. We need to run for office. We need to run for school board elections. And we need to teach the importance of voting to people. It's not that they're not engaged. It's not that they don't want to be engaged. But nobody's saying, like, this is why it's important. You can change. I know just the other day I was commenting on one of the TikToker streams and said, like, we need to vote. And I was like, judges can overturn some of these executive orders and things like that. And he was like, yeah, but none of the judges are in our favor. And I was like, what can change that is voting. Gen Z and millennials, we're the largest voting bloc, but we love our power. We love to own our power. So we really need to get out there and speak our truth and reach out to people that we might not ordinarily think of. So we are a diverse generation. We are very welcoming of everybody between the two generations. And between all sides, between the older sides and the younger sides. But, when it comes to certain things like homeless people, we need to get better on that. When it comes to certain things like mental health and what I call the homeless mindset, that's a PTSD arising from any length of time homeless, emotional health needs to be addressed. And I think that's another thing that's really important. Emotional health needs to be addressed, and so does voter education.
And one more thing, can I just say leadership is so important. Caitlin just spoke about it again, and I don't want to, it happened before. It happened with President Obama. He was very good at being a credible messenger and inspiring hope into the people, and that got folks to the polls. Again, we're looking to the right, and we're not liking who he is and how he's doing it. But again, it's speaking to leadership, right? Like we have to incite hope in the size of people, and oftentimes it comes with young leadership. It comes with passion and fire and letting that be expressed out so folks can really resonate with that, because young people are not, I'm gonna say this really clear, young people are not motivated by crisis. They are motivated by opportunities. Young people are not, the pandemic is not gonna make young people take health serious. Outright blatant racism is not gonna, the opportunity to change and make an impact is what drives young people.
And Caitlin, if somebody wants to, is the 18 to 35 group, and they want to find out more and become part of one of the Millennial Vote Matters training classes, or Millennial Vote Matters Gen Z and soon Gen Alpha class, how would they do that?
They can go sign up for our newsletter at tjcoalition.org or votingrightsalliance.org to get all the information because we'll send out a newsletter with all the upcoming things, being like this is when you apply. They can follow us on social media because we'll be tweeting there. You know, I'll be tweeting out things there about the upcoming October one that we're having next, and about all future ones that when Gen Alpha, who was born in 2010, when they come of age, then they can get in on the mix too.
All right. You know, I promised all of our viewers out there that this would be a hot panel. It would be a live panel, that there'd be good discussion. There'd be all kinds of information. I told you, watch out for David Johns. He's a trouble starter. I say peacefully, brother. I told you, be careful with Dara. She's going to come at you strong. And I think that, you know, I want to thank this panel because I think that y'all delivered on everything that people need to hear right now on various aspects of what's going on with regards to people and their not being able to vote. There being difficulties in voting. There's suppression issues that are out there. I want to thank each of you for you know, your performance on this panel. It was just awesome. I wish we could go on. I see Sister Barbara has already come on. She's been hitting me on my cell phone saying, "You're over, you're over, you're over." Barbara, thank you so much. Thank you all panelists. Barbara, would you like to close us out?
Well, actually, I did the exact opposite. I encourage you to keep going because people are enjoying this discussion. You ought to see the chat. The chat is on fire because people say we don't have this discussion enough. And it's very, very legitimate. And I'm so glad that we're exploring it because we need to. One thing I would love for everyone to do on this panel is to tell people how they can get in touch with them. What resource that people should be using. I think that would be good, Daryl, to make sure that we let everyone tell people how to get in touch.
Sure, that'd be great. Seth, you want to go first?
Yes, I can go first. And I also just want to point out, like, since I am young and since I am, you know, ready to lead, I am receptive to anyone who wants to give me information. Because speaking on that, you know, passing the torch thing with the education part of it, people say knowledge is power, but knowing how to use that knowledge is the real power. So when, you know, we talk about generational wealth, knowledge may be that wealth that we need. So anyone who's older than me that would like to give me some advice and give me that knowledge so I can use that as my power to, you know, further myself along, please don't hesitate. My phone number is 704-477-5841. My Facebook is Seth Washington, SETH, and then Washington like the state. And then if you Twitter, Instagram, all CWashNC. CWashNC. So thank you for having me.
Thank you so much, Seth. Darius, would you like to go next and with the closing piece and how people can contact you?
Pass it on, yeah, for sure. Well, Seth, I'm not that much older than you, but I'm gonna give you one piece. You're gonna have to get you a little Google number. I hope that ain't your personal number. That's just a little word to the wise, just, you know, because you're a well-spoken, educated brother, you know, gotta separate the two. But I as well, man. I really appreciate being in the space of trailblazers, of change agents. We as people of color in this country, we fortunately and unfortunately, we take up this call and this lifelong struggle for humanity, for righteousness, and so I never get too full of myself and my accolades that I'm not willing to listen and learn, because again, this is not a one-trick pony. We need not be caught up in any fancy timeline or anything like that. It isn't right to our ancestors, to our young people. I truly acknowledge and recognize in the rightful spaces, in our textbooks and all through the halls of Congress. You can find me on LinkedIn, on Twitter, Darius Ballinger. I'm there. I'm based out of Chicago. So anything Chicago related, please reach out. However I can be of help and be of service. And I just want to stay connected as much as possible, and just wishing everybody just peace, love, and solidarity in this movement, because it is a movement that takes a toll on us, but we have to truly be encouraged to press on and keep moving forward. And so I'm always thankful and grateful to be a part of these opportunities.
Thank you, Darius. You know, I appreciate you from my mom's hometown in Windy City that I go every year. But get those Blackhawks to change that name.
Oh,
I think it's happening too. Washington started it, so that's a part of it. That's a part of it.
amen.
Caitlin Cobb, Caitlin, you have a last word and contact?
Yes, I just wanted to say one thing I didn't say is that we don't have mentors. And like Seth said, we would love mentors. I know Barbara Arnwine has been a great mentor to me, and so is Marilyn Mosby. One of the greatest pieces she told me was to focus, and I've held on to that and stayed focused. And that's how I've got through some things, and other people telling me, keep a positive attitude. It's only a temporary thing. But yeah, so people can contact me on Twitter at the Caitlin Bot. I know will make Barbara laugh. And then, but I also have a YouTube channel, youtube.com/Botsy, where sometimes I interview Barbara about our upcoming events. I do singing, we post about the radio show, talk about homelessness, all kinds of things.
Thank you, Caitlin. Thank you so much. And I've been trying to go in reverse chronological order by age, and I don't know about the last two, so I'm going to go to Dara first.
That was smart. You tried it, but that was smart.
You see him?
Go ahead,
You
Dave.
tried it.
He's giving me a tough time 2 times now, so.
Go ahead, David. Okay. Listen, I'm up there with you and Barbara. I am happily 50 plus years old. Thank you very much. And I know I look good. Black don't anyway. I season, and I am so happy and ready to retire and leave this to all you young folks to get this done. So, my name is Dara Baldwin. You can reach. I put it in there. I'm on Twitter and Instagram at NJDC07. I am a Brick City, North Jersey girl where I was raised, and I came to DC in 07, so that's where I got it from. And then you can find me. I have my own blog, The Wiyat, WIYATT. And you can go to my organization, www.cdr.org, to find information around voting for the disabled community, and we do that. And I also put my email address in the chat box. Please reach out to me anytime. I'm always here to help out in any way I possibly can and to connect people. Everyone calls me the network queen, and I take it very happily and will connect people to those people they need to be connected to. And I also will get people right. If you can't have that conversation with somebody, call me, honey. I will have it for you. And I will either sit next to you while you do it. And then finally, I just wanted to say, you talked about universal voting for 18-year-olds who graduate. I just want you to know there is a movement. Specifically here in DC, we had it on our ballot and it went through, that we believe all people in this country should vote, and that the voting age should not be 18, it should be lower. As Caitlin was saying, and as it happens here all the time in this country, our youth are young enough for you to arrest them and put them into an adult prison.
Yes.
Then why isn't it that they are not able to vote so that you can't do that to them? Right? You are not to put young people in prison with adults, but they do it all the time. So why don't they have the right to vote? So we want to see the right to vote to go as far as down as 12 years old. And you don't have to graduate from high school to be, that is a poll tax as well, that you have to graduate from something to get. If you live here in the United States, that is in the United States Constitution, you have the right to vote. You should be voting. So I just want to put that out there. And also Brandon Scott, who's running for the mayor of Baltimore. In Baltimore, they're trying to do that there as well. But here in DC, we had it on the ballot. It went through, and we had some pushback from our council, but we're going to push it again. I will say, remember, they put our young Black children in prison. Then they should also let our young Black children vote.
Thank you so much, Dara. David, you get the last word.
Listen, everything happens for a reason, right? And we are people who believe in our spirits and our ancestors. For anyone who does not know, I'm always going to get into good trouble, given that I was born on the same day as my birthday buddy, John Robert Lewis. I'm gonna put some respect on his name, which is also the same day that Malcolm X was assassinated. And so y'all should know before I show up what y'all gonna get, because I've learned that it's our obligation to speak full truth to power, especially when it shakes our soul. And I too am also frustrated by the amount of time we spend fixing white people's mess and want our babies to have the opportunity to dream other dreams. And so I encourage y'all, they all ask for mentorship. I'm gonna ask for y'all to sow into their future. These babies all should have cash apps. They all should be given honorariums for their work here because this was labor. They're doing labor, they're doing work. And we should find ways to support them as well. People can learn about and support the work of NBJC by visiting us at nbjc.org. We are NBJC on the move across all platforms, and I'm at Mr. David Johns.
Thank you so much. Barbara, back to you.
Yes. First of all, everyone, thank you for an amazing panel. People are just screaming on the internet. They're loving you. They're saying that this was amazing, that they were so happy to see so many young leaders on this panel. They have said that they love the conversation, that this is a conversation they never have heard, that they're so happy to see this conversation happening and that they've learned so much and that they want to stay connected. David Johns, you raised the issue about honorarium. You should know that we, when we do our training, we do give a stipend to all our trainees. And we're also trying to give some jobs. So we're serious about, supporting and undergirding all the work that our young people are out here doing because we believe in that leadership. I just had a word, folks. Fannie Lou Hamer sung "This Little Light of Mine." She didn't say, "Go out and give me a torch." She didn't say, "I gotta take somebody's torch." She said, "Every one of us got a light that we can light up." That's what she was trying to teach us, is that because she understood fundamentally, this woman who was a sharecropper, who people called illiterate. Remember this woman that the president of the United States, had issues with. This woman, she said, "This little light of mine." And it's to remind all of us that we got a light, that we can light it up. Fannie Lou Hamer didn't ask for permission. In fact, she got kicked off the quote plantation and where she was working as a sharecropper. You got to remember that Harriet Tubman was in her 20s when she was doing in the bushes in one of her 372 people that she freed under her many missions to Maryland and other states, that she was only in her 20s. You see all these pictures of her with the corn pipe, but you got to look at the picture of her in the fair in the beautiful dress, because in her wanted poster, it says she's good looking. It talks about how beautiful she is. And people don't think about the fact that, we got these stereotypes that arise around our leadership. I believe fundamentally in intergenerational struggle. Think about it. There would never have been a Selma without the Children's Crusade. It was the children who broke loose from their classrooms and ran and jumped out the windows and marched all over Birmingham, all in 1961, who did this work. They inspired their parents when their parents were being so oppressed by dogs and stuff. It was children. Intergenerational struggle is everything. I learned this from people in South Africa when they were fighting when they were fighting to get rid of apartheid, when they were fighting for the right to vote, when Mandela was still in prison. I met some bad sisters in 1985 in Kenya, and they talked about intergenerational struggle as the key. They said, find one movement, one successful movement where that has not been the linchpin, that you got to have it. You got to have it. You got to have every generation involved, every generation lighting up their light. So I just had to say that because I love it that right now young people got folks in our community scratching their heads, confused as hell because the young folks are saying, what? Defund the police. And they're like, what? You can't be saying that. And they're saying even louder, defund the police. It's that causes radical thinking, radical restructuring. That's what this society needs, is a radical restructuring. That's the only way you're going to get rid of white structural racism is you got to dismantle it. You got to tear it apart. You got to blow it up. And that's what they're talking about when they say defund the police. They're saying radical restructuring. Don't band-aid this thing. Don't talk about little training biases and we're going to make them de-escalate and all the rest of it. They're saying no. You got too many police. You over-police. You over-criminalize. Get rid of the system. It's the system that's oppressing us. So I think, we need to listen and be flexible. What I don't like about the old guard, because I know too many of them, is that we want to be blockers. We think it's our duty to say who the next leaders are. That's not our duty. Our duty is to facilitate every gifted person out there who wants to be part of this struggle. It's not about trying to put your imprimatur on somebody. Help them. They'll be who they're going to be. God is lifting up leaders every single day. And I love, when the young people yell, you thought killing us. You thought killing Trayvon would destroy his legacy. Killing Michael Brown would destroy his legacy. Killing Michelle Clouseau, nobody would ever remember her. Natasha McKenna, Corinne Grains, all of the people. But they said you forgot that we were seeds. You forgot we were seeds. And what we have seen is a movement that has spread all over the world. And people, when we were marching last night, what did we march and yell? Black Lives Matters. And what did we say? Get your knees off our necks because we can't breathe. We didn't generate that out of baby boomers. That came from young people. This whole demand for systemic change now, structural change now, not tomorrow. It's an urgent call, and it's coming from a generation that has to be listened to, that has to be not only listened to, given their props, given their roles, given their obedience. I mean, we have to be obedient to younger people. Isn't that a different thought? We have to start thinking differently about how we lead in our space. So I just, I had to get my little 2 cents in, Daryl. Daryl Jones, you did just a great job of moderating this panel. You were awesome. We love you for just, being the greatest leader there is out there and for doing a fabulous job. I want to say to David Johns, keep blowing it up, my brother. Dara Baldwin, girl, on fire. Darius Ballinger, hey, when Obama said you were one of the most brilliant young leaders he'd ever met, he knew what he was talking about. Keep on leading. The Caitlin Bach. Caitlin's out there showing us all how to do things. She told us, didn't she, Daryl? She told us months ago that TikTok was one of the most critical political new formations. Mm-hmm. And now you got the president running around trying to get rid of it because he's so scared of it. And she warned us. She warned us months ago when nobody was thinking about TikTok. She warned us. She said, I see what the young people are doing. I'm watching their organizing, and it's very different. She said, Gen Alpha's on fire, Barbara. You don't have any idea. You think Gen Z is a problem? Wait till you see Gen Alpha. They coming for you. They're coming for all of us. They got a whole different take. And that's why the president's now losing his mind trying to get rid of TikTok. We gotta just remember, all of this. And I want to say, Seth Washington. Seth, I'm so proud of you. So proud of you. Oh my gosh. You're on this panel. Everybody, do you know I didn't know Seth Washington and never had met him until this week, just in the last couple of days. But when I heard him speak, watched him act, saw all his amazing thoughts, I said, he coming on this panel. We're going to get him right there. We said he's got to be on this panel. So my closing word is to thank this amazing panel. that just remember that this is good trouble time, that this is John Lewis time, that this is Emma Sanders time, that this is all of our times. And let's light up all our lights. Let's let them all shine, like Fannie Lou said. And from every corner of this nation, let's shine. From every walk of life, let's shine. For our diversity, let's shine. Don't let anybody tell you who counts. The transgender women are being killed in our streets because our community doesn't know how to recognize honestly who we are. We got to be as embracing, but more than that, we got to absolutely position everybody where they belong, equally and powerfully. So let's just really think about who we are, where we're going as we fight for voting. It's not just about voting, it's about what the society we want to live in. It's a vision of a new society. Because what we got now, we don't want. We don't want this status quo. We don't want to be integrated into this burning house. We want a new America that's built on justice, that's really built on more than quote for just formal equality. That's built on real substantive equality. So we will never stop this fight. And I just want to thank you, everybody who watched. Join us again. We'll be back at 6 o'clock. And we got a treat for you. We got a treat for you because Professor Kimberly Crenshaw is on deck. She's been talking to me all morning long. She's ready. We have a great set of workshops this evening. So you want to be there. You got to join because we're going to go what, Daryl? It's called deep. We're going to go deep into how we win. When I say we win, I mean how we win. The people win, not just the oligarchs, not just the parties. How do we win as a nation? I turn it over to you to take us home, Daryl. Thank you.
Thank you, Barbara. And, I don't know of any better way to encourage you to come back at 6 o'clock to be ready for this fireside chat than what Barbara Online just did. And as she's indicated, Professor Kimberly Crenshaw, one of the most cited legal scholars in the world, will be here. You do not want to miss. I told you in the beginning that you shouldn't have missed last night. I told you in the beginning that if you missed last night, go back and look at it. I'm telling you now, you don't want to miss what's coming up because then you're going to be way behind. So be certain to tune back in at 6 o'clock. We hope you learn something from the substantive panel that has come across with this conversation. Feel free to reach out to us if you have questions. They've given you their contact information. You can go to the voterrightsalliance.org as well as .com, as well as to TJC Coalition, to tjcoalition.org. Thank you all. Have a great break.
Take care. Thank you, everybody. Thank you, great panel.
I cannot explain it. This may not make sense. I know what it looks like, but I choose to go against that. And I'm speaking something different. I'm speaking something different. I'm claiming something different. Expecting something different. Saying
I cannot explain it. This may not make sense.
that's it.
I know what it looks like,
But I choose to go.
against that.
And I'm speaking.
Something different.
I'm speaking.
Speaking something different.
I'm claiming.
Claiming something different.
Expecting.
Expecting something
Y'all ready?
different.
Let's get it. Come on. And this week
This week
will be a week for miracles. Says this week will be a week for miracles. Say this week will be a week for miracles. Say miracles, miracles. I cannot
I cannot explain it.
say it. I know
what it looks
but I choose.
to go.
You say it. And
Speaking something different.
I'm speaking.
Speaking something different.
I'm claiming.
Claiming something different.
Expecting. Y'all ready?
Something different.
Let's go and say this week will be a week for miracles. Tell them this week will be a week for miracles. Tell them this week will be a week for miracles. So miracles, miracles. Tell them again, say this week will be a week for miracles. Tell them this week will be a week for miracles. So this week will be a week for miracles, miracles, miracles. I don't have to wait.
Till I see it.
Hey, I'ma praise Him now.
Praise him now, 'cause I believe it.
That's it, say I don't have to wait.
I don't have to wait.
Yeah, oh, I'ma praise Him now.
Praise him now, 'cause I believe it.
I need y'all to help me say it right here. Say this week will be a week for miracles. Say this week will be a week for miracles. This week will be a week for miracles. Say miracles, miracles. I don't have to wait.
Till I see it.
Yeah, I'ma praise Him now.
Praise him now, 'cause I believe it.
Yeah, I don't have to wait.
I don't have to wait till I see it.
No, I'ma praise Him now.
Praise him now, 'cause I believe it.
Here we go, let's say it. Say your miracle is on.
Your miracle is on the way.
Your miracle,
Your miracle is on the way.
your miracle,
Your miracle is on the way.
your miracle.
Your miracle is on the
Tell
way.
us to get ready,
Your miracle is on the way.
get ready,
Your miracle is on the way.
get ready,
Your miracle is on the way.
get ready.
Your miracle is on the way.
Your miracle is on.
Your miracle is on the way.
Say it.
Your miracle is on the way.
Your
Your
miracle,
miracle is on the way.
say it.
Your miracle is on the
Your
way.
miracle is on the way.
Miracle is on the
I
way.
can feel it.
Your miracle is on the
Your
way.
miracle is on.
Your miracle is on the way.
I declare it.
Your miracle is on the
Your
way.
miracle is on.
Your miracle is on the way.
Say it.
Your miracle is on the
Your
way.
miracle is on.
Your miracle is on the
I
way.
declare it.
Your miracle is on the
Your
way.
miracle is on.
Your miracle is on the
Your
way.
miracle is on.
Your miracle is on the
Your
way.
miracle is
Your
on.
miracle is on the
Your
way.
miracle is on.
Your miracle is on the
Your
way.
miracle is on.
Your miracle is on the way.
Say it.
Your miracle is on the way.
Say it.
Your miracle is on the way.
Say it.
Your miracle is on the way.
Make some noise like that.
Hello, my name is Kim Paris Upshaw, and on behalf of Celebrating Sisterhood of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, I want to remind you, beg you, to register and vote on Election Day, Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. Do you realize that in only 3 short months from now, you have the opportunity to make history? I'm talking about exercising your right as a citizen of this country by registering and casting your vote. Now, you may be thinking that going to the polls in this day of coronavirus is risking your life. Well, in some cases it might be. So if you can, register to mail in your vote. But whatever you do, vote. Because our vote on Tuesday, November 3rd is worth it. Our future is worth it. Our lives are worth it. Black lives matter. Black votes matter. They matter so much that our ancestors and brothers sat at counters, took freedom rides, and crossed over bridges into places where they were hosed, bitten by dogs, beaten, and even died in order for you and I to have the ability to exercise the right to vote today. Their willingness to risk their lives forced the president to sign the Voting Rights Act on August 6, 1965. Yes, that's right, 1965. It's only been 55 years that the Black vote has been protected, and we have been able to more securely exercise the right to vote. We only have the protection of the right to vote today because brave women and men, like my mother and father, were willing to risk their lives to secure the right to vote. How dare we not honor them by doing whatever we can to register and vote? We must register and vote as if our lives depend on it, because our lives depend on it. Because Black lives matter. Because Black votes matter. But Black votes don't matter if Black folk don't vote. Register to vote. And on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, let's make history. Vote. Thank you.
Revelation 19:1 says, after all these things I heard a loud voice of a great multitude crying out, hallelujah, salvation and glory, honor and power belongs to our God. Come on, worship with us for a minute. Hallelujah, salvation and glory, honor and power unto the Lord our God. For the Lord our God is mighty. Yes, the Lord our God is omnipotent. The Lord our God, He is wonderful. Everybody saying hallelujah. That's it. Salvation and glory. All honor. Honor and power. Yeah, God. He's the Lord our God. For the Lord our God is mighty. Yes, the Lord our God is omnipotent. He is omnipotent. Yeah, yeah, yeah. Yes, sir. Now all the altos say, all praises be to the King of Kings. Yeah, our God. Yes, He is. Say it one more time. Yeah.
Hi, everyone. I'm Barbara Unwine, President and founder of the Transformative Justice Coalition. And I'm here to explain what is an inactive voter. You're saying, yes, what in the world is an inactive voter? Well, an inactive voter is somebody who your state has sent a letter to or a postcard to trying to verify their address, and the person has not either returned the card or it's been returned to the Board of Elections as undeliverable. So they assume that you moved and they put you on what's called an inactive list. What does that mean? If you're on an inactive list, then you're not like a regular registered voter. In fact, if you don't vote for the next two federal elections, general elections, you are considered to be purgeable. And they will purge you. That means they'll take you off the voter registration list. Guess what? Also, if you are an inactive voter, when you're hearing all these people talking about they're going to mail ballots for vote by mail, you're not going to get one because they don't send them to people on the inactive list. So what do? You're like, how do I check to make sure I'm not on this inactive list? Because literally millions of people are throughout the country in their various states. So the first thing you want to do is go to vote.org. Yes, vote.org. Vote.org, and you can check your voter registration status. If it says you're on the inactive list, if it says inactive, you want to call your Board of Elections immediately and say, I want to get that fixed. I want to get that straightened out. You can also go vote when it's time to vote, but be careful because some places they're going to make you vote provisionally. So it's better to check right now. Let's do this. Let's make sure that in 2020, not only are you properly registered, but that your vote counts.
Wow. Good afternoon. Look at you. Can you please raise your hand if you have a seat near you that's not occupied, so that some of the people standing on the wall, we got standing room only, can take a seat. If you want a seat, look at where those hands were. Please feel free to take a seat. I want to start by thanking Joel Siegel for that introduction. Joel, your leadership, your 13 years when you were here staffing Congressman Conyers were incredible years. You helped to make sure that the Affordable Care Act was passed, and you did leadership around around fighting voter suppression. You are a genius. We are grateful to you. Thank you, Joel Siegel. As many of you know, I am the President Emeritus of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law, and I am the new founder and president of the Transformative Justice Coalition. We are so honored to co-sponsor with the National Election Defense Coalition and Ben Patastik, its leader, and its other leader, Victoria Carler, for today's briefing on how voter suppression is threatening our democracy. We want to recognize the chair of the board of the Transformative Justice Coalition who came up this morning all the way from Durham, North Carolina, to be with us. That's Brenda Ford Harding, long-term champion of the legal services and justice. Thank you, Brenda. So good afternoon, everyone. We know what time it is. It is democracy time. We have been through several primaries this year, and we have seen things that no one should have to see. We want to take our time today to talk about not what's been going on in the 1950s, not what was going on in 2000, not what was going on in 2008 or even 2011. We want to talk about what's been happening in 2016 with voter suppression. And what does that mean for this body called the Congress of the United States? So, I want to start by giving thanks to the Dean of the Congress, one of the most powerful leaders, a voice that has resonated for decades fighting for justice, the person who has been working, hand in glove with us on putting together today's briefing, and that's none other than the incomparable John Conyers. And I would be derelict if I didn't thank his great staff of the House Judiciary Committee, Keenan Keller, Perry Applebaum, Joseph Aaron Crass, Stephanie Bias, and so many others. Thank you for helping us to get this work done. Also, as you know, there are some powerful people in the Congress. And one of those people who has been working with us very hard on this event has been none other than Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, the almighty Sheila Jackson Lee. And we want to thank her for her work. We also want to thank her great staff, Crystal Williams, and none other than Dr. Berry, for all their hard work. I also got to give thanks to all the representatives. Her voice has been a leading voice in putting together the new, Voting Rights Advancement Act. Her voice has been calling out the injustice all over the state of Alabama. She has become a national leader in her efforts and her work. That's none other than Terry Sewell of Alabama. Thank you, Congresswoman Sewell. He is the named plaintiff. He is the voice of Texas. He has been actively fighting against voter suppression, none other than Mark Vesey of Texas. Thank you. We also are very, very happy to have the support and the work of none other than the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, G.K. Butterfield. Yes, North Carolina, North Kakalaki, we be doing it. All right now. We also want to thank the wonderful representative and leader, Hank Sanders. Thank you, Hank, for being with us today. Hank, did I say Hank Sanders? Oh, my goodness.
Freudian slip from Alabama.
Right, exactly. I'm up here trying to get Hank and everything. Hank Johnson. Thank you, Hank Johnson. Oh, my goodness. That is too much of a Freudian slip. I also want to thank Congresswoman Maxine Waters, Congressman Keith Ellison, Congresswoman Frederica Wilson for all of her work, and we also want to thank Elijah Cummings and so many others. And I see, of course, my Congresswoman, the woman who has always been the leader for those of us out of the Los Angeles area. And of course, I now live here in Maryland, but I have to take a special note for the warrior princess, Maxine Waters. Thank you. And we are so grateful to everyone for all of your work. Whew. So, we are here today because it is urgent that Congress fulfills its obligation under the 15th Amendment. The 15th Amendment, Section 2 reads that Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Yet today we are in the 5th year of the brazen, unlawful, and vicious voter suppression assault on the right of American citizens to vote. 5 years ago, I created the Map of Shame with my son Justin to expose this modern era assault. Voter suppression operates in the darkness, assuming that Americans will be either unaware of the threat to their right to vote or that the American people will be deceived that these measures somehow stop voter fraud. Instead, what we've learned is that these measures perpetuate election fraud against the people. So we want to make sure that as we have seen these tragedies in North Carolina, Arizona, Texas, Alabama, North Dakota, Utah, Wisconsin, and most recently, New York. We saw lawful voters confronting the problem of long lines, confronting the problem of voter frustration, people having to wait 5 hours to vote behind 700 people, 4 block-long lines. How do we explain that? The denial of the right to vote has been too common this season. And we've also seen many people cast provisional ballots that are not being counted. So the evil of early voting cuts, no early voting, voter purging, strict voter identification laws, the failure to process registrations, polling place reductions, voter caging, correct precinct laws, student identification, confusion, and so many other problems that have been given to us by the states through their new laws and practices. Then think about this. The problem of deceptive practices by private individuals where they call people across the river in Virginia and tell them that they can vote by phone. So, these are the reasons why we're here. We're also here because the Supreme Court took away an important protection when it made its decision in Shelby versus Holder in June of 2013. It also got wrong in 2008, the Crawford versus Marion County Election Board case. So we're here because Congress must act. I'm also happy to announce another powerful member out of North Carolina. She is none other. She's been a great leader on issues of environmental justice, a great leader on issues of jobs, a great leader and a voice for the powerless, a voice for everybody who needs to be heard. That's Alma S. Adams. Thank you. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, Congresswoman Adams. Thank you so much for all that you do and for being an early supporter of this effort. So, Congress must act. It must act to stop voter suppression by the states in federal elections where it has authority. It must act to restore the VRA, to promote an inclusive democracy. But whatever Congress does, let's be very clear that for those of us who are here as individuals, that the people must demand the repeal of voter suppression legislation in every single state where it exists. We must demand that this never become the new normal. We got to demand that we move to make our democracy more inclusive, not. The bottom line, as I take my seat, is that the tragedy of what we saw this year wasn't that people didn't care about voting. It wasn't that people didn't show up to the polls. It wasn't that people were indifferent about voting. The tragedy is that all the people you're going to hear our great panel speak about, all the issues you're going to hear them address, the tragedy is that underneath all of these awful laws, the people who were hurt were people who wanted to vote. They wanted to vote. They wanted to vote. Thank you.
My name is Greg Pallas. I'm an investigative reporter with The Guardian USA, and I want to tell you something about this dangerous, dangerous thing called vote by mail. It may be something you have to do. You may have to vote by mail or die. So how do we avoid the problems of vote by mail? It's not as simple as pick and lick, picking a candidate, licking a stamp. Depends what state you're in. You gotta learn the rules. Number one, if you're in states like Wisconsin or Minnesota or Alabama and other states, you have to make sure that you have a witness to your signature, and in a couple states, actually a notarization of your signature. The second thing is make sure that you sign exactly as you registered. The third thing is make sure you're registered. I don't care if you've been voting in the same place for 30 years. They have removed 18 million people from the voter rolls in the last 2 years. It could be you. You can't mail in your ballot if you don't get the ballot in the mail. And if you've been purged, you ain't getting it. So you have to take care of your own vote. Don't let them steal your right to vote. Find out the rules in your state. Find out if you're registered. Go to votingrightsalliance.org. And also go to Greg Palace. Keep informed. Your vote is precious. That's why they want to steal it.
Coronavirus may drastically lower voter turnout in November. Tell your elections officials to prepare now by expanding early voting and allowing for extended voting hours.
We must demand that our elected officials provide safe, secure, and sanitized places for us to vote. Demand that it's in a gymnasium, on a football stadium, because we're all going to be there to vote.
It's easy to hack into voting systems connected to the internet. We have to take all voting systems offline. We need hand-marked paper ballots and audits for the 2020 elections.
Oh, mercy, mercy me. All things ain't what they used to be, no. Where did all the blue skies go? Poison is the wind that blows from the north and south and east. Oh, mercy, mercy me. All things ain't what they used to be, no. Oil wasted on the ocean and upon our seas, fish full of mercury. Oh, mercy, mercy me. Oh, things ain't what they used to be. Radiation underground and in the sky. Animals and birds who live nearby are dying.
Won't be silent, not for one more day. We'll speak out so future generations will be saved. Won't close our eyes in fear and hide, we'll let our beauty reign. Nothing stands between us and the world we dream to know. We were made to love no matter how much hate we face. We will fight for those who cannot fight and need our strength. Won't close our eyes in fear and hide, we'll let our beauty reign. Nothing stands between us and the world we dream to know. We'll break the silence, screaming words of
Congressman John Lewis, a giant in the history of the civil rights movement, has died at the age of 80.
We cannot give up now. No. We cannot give in. No. We must keep the faith. Keep our eyes on the prize. We must go out and vote like we never, ever voted before. Go out there. Speak up. Speak out. Get in the way. Get in good trouble. Necessary trouble. And help redeem the soul of America.
break the silence, screaming words of hope.
So it's the 50th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act, and it really shows the trials and tribulations that Black people had to go through in order to get to the place that we have now. And even with unity, we've learned that it doesn't just take unity between Black people, but through a diverse group of people working to achieve a similar goal. Even with our generations now, they have a opportunity and a responsibility to carry a burden so we don't go back to that place. When I attended in 2017 with Millennial Votes Matter, I learned so many things when it came to voter suppression, nonprofits, and just how to be a leader, a servant leader in my community. That conference actually allowed me to network with different groups of people, leaders just like me, and have inspiration for things moving forward. And with Gen Z conference this year, it's really an opportunity to see that it really is generational and they can further the work that I've done and other people have done and tag along with the things that are happening now, and they're just as important as the leaders that are in place today. So my overall message is to just get out and vote. Some people think that their vote does not matter, but that is not the case. Your vote matters at the state level, at the national level. All those things matter. So you have to get informed and get out to the polls and vote.
Hi, I'm Mimi Kennedy. A lot of you may know me as the veteran 12 step sponsor on Mom, who knows a lot about recovery. But in real life, I'm a veteran poll worker for Los Angeles County, which is the largest voting jurisdiction in the nation. And I know a lot about the rules around voting, some of which can trip people up at the polling place or even when casting their mail ballot, the way so many of us will do this year. So I compiled a lot of what I know with journalist Steve Rosenfeld, and we've got it on 2020voterscalendar.org this year, a nonpartisan voting site. Take the information, own it, use it. We have links to all the local election offices in every county, in every state. We cover registration. It starts in August. As of August 5th, you can't purge anyone from the voter rolls. It would be illegal. You can add new registrations. You can't purge. So starting August 5th, check your registration, and we're recommending that you learn how to take a screenshot of that information when you see it, all there and all correct. It's evidence that you are on the voter rolls in case anyone tries to tell you different later. We cover mail balloting. We want everyone to order early this year. We're hoping September is Order Your Mail Ballot month. We cover Be a Poll Worker, and we have the links again to every county. The rules are sometimes different, and we want you to check the local rules, know what's required, and step up to know the rules, learn the rules, and teach them to your friends, and be of service to democracy. Finally, we tell you that there are things you need to know as the election approaches about early voting and about something called the surrender rule. What is it and why do you need to know? You might need to know to avoid a provisional ballot. It's all at 2020voterscalendar.org. Have a great summit. Thank you, all you election protectors that are gathered there. And I know we're going to have a great general election. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joshua Hall. I'm originally from South Florida, Fort Lauderdale, Miami area. Currently living in Eugene, Oregon, and basically Portland. And I guess you could say Seattle, but just say the Pacific Northwest because I travel back and forth to all those places often. But I just wanted to talk to you all today and talk about my experience from 2017 Millennial Votes Matter. It was an amazing experience. Got to go to DC during the Congressional Black Caucus conference. I still speak to it to this day. Very helpful, beneficial. When I came back, I actually did a lot of voting initiatives through it. Me and my brother's nonprofit Go Educate, where we help a lot of students go to college, mainly focused on underrepresented communities. But yeah, we did a lot of voting initiatives, partnering up with the Senator James Manning. He's the only black senator up here. Once again, it's Oregon, so that's what you expect. But yeah, me and him do a lot of work focusing on getting more people involved, being as active as possible. So it was an amazing experience. It's the 55th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act, and to this day, you don't have to do extensive research to see voting suppression going on. We know it's going on. by you sitting here and being part of the Millennial Votes Matter, you understand how important voting is. So this is something that we have to continue to fight. We need our voices to be heard so we can have the proper representation and there to speak for us. Because there's a lot of things going on as far as Gen Z and millennials. Voting is a critical time. You know, it's so many issues at stake that we could focus on and why voting is important when we talk about justice reform, criminal justice reform. We talk about police reform, the health system, education reform. All these things could be impacted by just getting out and vote, making sure the right people's in positions to help us going forward. Housing, the economy, all these things are important and ties into voting. So it's really important we get out there and stay engaged, get people out, and have that representation that we need in these positions. Once again, Attorney RY, Mr. McCoy, you're in great hands. I met them a couple of years, I want to say like 2016 or 2017 when they came out to Oregon. Attorney RY was giving a speech on voting suppression, and she did an amazing job. Me and my brother connected with her and Mr. McCoy, and ever since then, you know, we've been in contact, and they helped us out a lot, even from a distance, with our voting initiative. So once again, I want to thank them for just giving me the opportunity and just helping me get more involved. So I appreciate that, and I know you all is going to do great. It's going to be a great session. You're in amazing hands. I don't know too many people that has the credentials as Dr. Online. So once again, you guys are in great hands. She's an amazing person, and you're going to see the enthusiasm and the people she brings in to speak to you all. It's really going to get you going. So I hope you all is having a great day, and stay safe. Take care.
But I wanna say to you all, the people on this panel and the others out there in the audience, you have to have our back.
Yes.
You really do, because people get, you know, we can get to a point where we forget what normal is.
That's right.
We forget what normal is. There'll come a time, Ms. Gomez, if we're not careful, it'll be normal for people to wait for 5 or 6 hours after the polls close to vote.
Never.
That will become our normal. And so some kind of way, we've got to do some disruptive things.
Yes.
Because this is our very future depending upon.
Thanking you, Barbara, for your leadership. I want to thank the Transformative Justice Coalition, the National Election Defense Coalition, and all of you who are here today. This is profoundly important. As many of you know, I come from the great state of Alabama, but my hometown is Selma. And I have to tell you, it's not enough that folks come to Selma, Alabama once a year and march across that bridge to make themselves feel good. We all have an opportunity to play our part. And we, millennials, my thanking you, Barbara, for your leadership. I want to thank the Transformative Justice Coalition, the National Election Defense Coalition, and all of you who are here today. This is profoundly important. As many of you know, I come from the great state of Alabama, but my hometown is Selma. And I have to tell you, it's not enough that folks come to Selma, Alabama once a year and march across that bridge to make themselves feel good. We all have an opportunity to play our part. And we, millennials, my generation, we owe a debt of gratitude to the previous generation that we can never repay. We are where we are in this nation as African Americans, as Latinos, because we stand on the shoulders of so many. And we cannot forget that. And so we can all do our part. And as Maxine so eloquently said, we all can do our part. So I'm here to tell you how you can help. It's called hashtag Restore the Vote, hashtag Restore the VRA, hashtag Vote. You can do what you can do where you are. My mom used to say, bloom where you're planted. You don't have to be a member of Congress. You don't have to be Maxine Waters. You can be you, authentically who you are, and carry this movement. So I came to really talk a little bit about the bill. The bill is called the Voters' Rights Advancement Act. And what it seeks to do is to put that formula. You know, the Supreme Court in Shelby didn't nullify the whole VRA. What they said was that Congress needed to come up with a modern-day formula. And this Congress has come up with two bills. The Honorable John Conyers and Sensenbrenner came up with a bill called the Voting Rights Amendment Act. And that bill had great teeth to it, but it didn't include my home state of Alabama. I'm just going to be frank with you. It came up with a formula that got 5 states. So we went back to the drawing board and we came up with the Voter Rights Advancement Act. Let me repeat that. The Voting Rights Advancement Act. And with the Voting Rights Advancement Act, it's H.R. 2867. And what it seeks to do is to give a new coverage formula and apply to states that have repeated violations of voting rights over the last 25 years. So our look back is 1990 going forward. You know, the Supreme Court said that looking back at what happened in Alabama in 1960 was not fair. So what we're doing here today is we're establishing a record, an ad hoc hearing record that will be submitted to the congressional record, the testimonies of the folks here today, the members of Congress who spoke here today. So we are, with all due respect to the ranking member Conyers here, we're not waiting for the House Judiciary Committee to hold hearings to talk about modern day voting barriers. We know they exist, and we're here to expose modern day barriers to voting. We all saw what happened in Maricopa County, Arizona, when there were long lines there voting. Now, did you know that in 2008 there were over 400 polling stations in that county? Then in 2012 it went down to 200 polling stations in that county. And yes, in 2016 there were only 60 polling stations. That's why you saw those lines. And if that is not voter suppression, making people wait for hours to vote and not telling them that they're closing down polling stations, they don't have to do it anymore because there is no pre-clearance. There is no right to tell the Justice Department, ask the Justice Department for permission to make voting changes to procedures. They can just do it willy-nilly. So the Voting Rights Advancement Act is a new coverage formula that will immediately cover 13 states. And those 13 states with that look back, that violation over the last 25 years, will include Alabama, Georgia, Mississippi, Texas, Louisiana, Florida, South Carolina, North Carolina, Arizona, Arkansas, California, New York, and Virginia. Because all of them have had modern day violations since 1990. The Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2015 establishes a targeted process for reviewing voting changes based on the measures that historically have been used for discriminatory against voters. The process for reviewing changes to voting is limited to a certain set of circumstances, such as establishing photo ID laws. That will be presumed to be restrictive and suppressive. Reducing multilingual education, voting materials, that will be presumed to be restrictive. And showing discriminatory impact, very important. The Voting Rights Advancement Act of 2015 will allow federal courts to immediately halt questionable voting practices until a final ruling is made. This provision recognizes that when voting rights are at stake, prohibiting a discriminatory practice after the election has concluded, is too late.
Yes.
Far too late. I mean, I'm appreciative of having Section 2, but the reality is that once you have rung that bell, you can't unring it.
That's right.
Once you have scrambled that egg, you cannot put it back in its yolk.
That's right.
So it's important that we have the enforcement mechanisms of pre-clearance back. And that's what the Voting Rights Advancement Act does. Now, many members of Congress and all of our panelists are wearing this pin. It says, #RestoreTheVote. That's because we Democratic members of Congress got together and decided that every Tuesday that we're in session, we declare it to be Restoration Tuesday. And we're going to take to the floor wearing our pins and invite you to get involved in our Twitter storm, which will go on every Tuesday from 2 to 3. You can help. Be a part of the Twitter storm. #Restoration Tuesday. #RestoreTheVote. It's critically important. We have also decided that we're going to have ad hoc hearings, and we held our very first ad hoc hearing in Birmingham, Alabama, and 10 members of Congress came, including John Lewis and Clyburn and so many others. They came, why? Because we came to start preparing this testimony, these hearings that we can put before the congressional record, making sure that we fully inform everyone of what's going on in modern day times. You know, my father is a 9-time stroke victim. He's in a wheelchair. He's wheelchair dependent. And when Alabama instituted its photo ID law, he was highly motivated to make sure he got a voter ID card in Alabama. He had a daughter on the ballot. But I want you to know that my dad, to get that voter ID, he had to go to a courthouse that had been grandfathered into the ADA laws. So the American Disabilities Act didn't count for that courthouse. So how are we going to will my father, who's in a wheelchair, into that courthouse? It took effort. And we made that effort because he was highly motivated. But I think about all of our disabled, our senior citizens, so many of whom don't have their birth certificates, original birth certificates, so they can't get these photo IDs. So there's a lot that you can do, and I hope that you will join us in Congress in trying to pass the Voting Rights Advancement Act. I'd even take the Voting Rights Amendment Act, sir, even though the state of Alabama is not included, because it's about making sure that Congress puts teeth back into the Voting Rights Act of 1965. And I want you to know that Sensenbrenner actually wrote an op-ed article in the New York Times after witnessing those long lines in Arizona. Representative Sensenbrenner, who is a Republican from Wisconsin, wrote an article saying what a shame it was that those long lines were there and that he would rather lose his seat. Didn't he say that? Lose his seat than to actually get to keep his seat by suppressing the vote. What a powerful statement. And we should use it. We should tweet it. We should make sure that the Republicans know that there are some who understand the importance of the voting rights. And I also want you to know that the Speaker of the House came to the Congressional Black Caucus lunch, and he said that he would agree with Sensenbrenner and Conyers' bill. I wish he would agree with my bill, but that's okay. The point is that we can come up with a modern-day formula and put the teeth back into the Voting Rights Act. No vote, no voice.
Thank you.
No vote,
Thank you.
no voice.
Thank
Let's work.
You.
We must continue to stay engaged in the process.
I will not be silent serving in the community. Please register to vote.
I won't be silent.
Go vote. Go vote.
Go vote.
Go vote.
Do your part and vote.
Break the silence, screaming words of hope.
Won't be silent, won't be silent, not for one more day. We'll speak out so future generations will be saved. Won't close our eyes and fear and hide. We'll let our beauty reign. Nothing stands between us and the world we dream to know. Won't be silent. Won't be silent.
We don't know where you're watching from today, but we can declare something over your life, that this week will be a week for miracles. I cannot explain it. This may not make sense. I know what it looks like, but I choose to go against that. And I'm speaking something different. I'm speaking something different. I'm claiming something different. Expecting something different. Say it.
I cannot explain it. This may not make sense.
That's it.
I know what it looks like,
But I choose to go.
against that.
And I'm speaking.
Something different.
I'm speaking.
Speaking something different.
I'm claiming.
Claiming something different.
Expecting.
Expecting something
Y'all ready?
different.
Let's go. Come on. And this week will be a week for miracles. Say this week will be a week for miracles. Say this week will be a week for miracles. Say miracles, miracles. I cannot
explain it. This may not make sense.
I know what it looks like.
Paris Upshaw, and on behalf of Celebrating Sisterhood of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, I want to remind you, beg you, to register and vote on Election Day, Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020. Do you realize that in only 3 short months from now, you have the opportunity to make history? I'm talking about exercising your right as a citizen of this country by registering and casting your vote. Now, you may be thinking that going to the polls in this day of coronavirus is risking your life. Well, in some cases it might be. So if you can, register to mail in your vote. But whatever you do, vote. Because our vote on Tuesday, November 3rd is worth it. Our future is worth it. Our lives are worth it. Black lives matter. Black votes matter. They matter so much that our ancestors and brothers sat at counters, took freedom rides, and crossed over bridges into places where they were hosed, bitten by dogs, beaten, and even died in order for you and I to have the ability to exercise the right to vote today. Their willingness to risk their lives forced the president to sign the Voting Rights Act on August 6, 1965. Yes, that's right, 1965. It's only been 55 years that the black vote has been protected, and we have been able to more securely exercise the right to vote. We only have the protection of the right to vote today because brave women and men, like my mother and father, were willing to risk their lives to secure the right to vote. How dare we not honor them by doing whatever we can to register and vote? We must register and vote as if our lives depend on it, because our lives depend on it. Because black lives matter. Because black votes matter. But black votes don't matter if black folk don't vote. Register to vote. And on Tuesday, November 3rd, 2020, let's make history. Vote. Thank you.
Revelation 19:1 says, after all these things I heard a loud voice of a great multitude crying out, hallelujah, salvation and glory, honor and power belongs to our God. Come on, worship with us for a minute. Hallelujah, salvation and glory, honor and power unto the Lord our God. For the Lord our God is mighty. Yes, the Lord our God is omnipotent. The Lord our God, He is wonderful.
Hi, everyone. I'm Barbara Wine, President and founder of the Transformative Justice Coalition. And I'm here to explain what is an inactive voter. You're saying, yes, what in the world is an inactive voter? Well, an inactive voter is somebody who your state has sent a letter to or a postcard to trying to verify their address, and the person has not either returned the card or it's been returned to the Board of Elections as undeliverable. So they assume that you moved and they put you on what's called an inactive list. What does that mean? If you're on an inactive list, then you're not like a regular registered voter. In fact, if you don't vote for the next two federal elections, general elections, you are considered to be purged a vote. And they will purge you. That means they'll take you off the voter registration list. Guess what? Also, if you are an inactive voter, when you're hearing all these people talking about they're going to mail ballots for vote by mail, you're not going to get one because they don't send them to people on the inactive list. So what do? You're like, how do I check to make sure I'm not on this inactive list? Because literally millions of people are throughout the country in their various states. So the first thing you want to do is go to vote.org. Yes, vote.org. Vote.org, and you can check your voter registration status. If it says you're on the inactive list, if it says inactive, you want to call your Board of Elections immediately and say, I want to get that fixed. I want to get that straightened out. You can also go vote when it's time to vote, but be careful because some places they're going to make you vote provisionally. So it's better to check right now. Let's do this. Let's make sure that in 2020, not only are you properly registered, but that your vote counts.
Wow. Good afternoon. Look at you. Can you please raise your hand if you have a seat near you that's not occupied, so that some of the people standing on the wall, we got standing room only, can take a seat. If you want a seat, look at where those hands were. Please feel free to take a seat. I want to start by thanking Joel Siegel for that introduction. Joel, your leadership, your 13 years when you were here staffing Congressman Conyers were incredible years. You helped to make sure that the Affordable Care Act was passed, and you did leadership around around fighting voter suppression. You are a genius. We are grateful to you. Thank you, Joel Siegel. As many of you know, I am the President Emeritus of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law, and I am the new founder and president of the Transformative Justice Coalition. We are so honored to co-sponsor with the National Election Defense Coalition and Ben Patastik, its leader, and its other leader, Victoria Carler, for today's briefing on how voter suppression is threatening our democracy. We want to recognize the chair of the board of the Transformative Justice Coalition who came up this morning all the way from Durham, North Carolina, to be with us. That's Brenda Ford Harding, long-term champion of the legal services and justice. Thank you, Brenda. So good afternoon, everyone. We know what time it is. It is democracy time. We have been through several primaries this year, and we have seen things that no one should have to see. We want to take our time today to talk about not what's been going on in the 1950s, not what was going on in 2000, not what was going on in 2008 or even 2011. We want to talk about what's been happening in 2016 with voter suppression. And what does that mean for this body called the Congress of the United States? So, I want to start by giving thanks to the Dean of the Congress, one of the most powerful leaders, a voice that has resonated for decades fighting for justice, the person who has been working, hand in glove with us on putting together today's briefing, and that's none other than the incomparable John Conyers. And I would be derelict if I didn't thank his great staff of the House Judiciary Committee, Keenan Keller, Perry Applebaum, Joseph Aaron Crass, Stephanie Bias, and so many others. Thank you for helping us to get this work done. Also, as you know, there are some powerful people in the Congress. And one of those people who has been working with us very hard on this event has been none other than Representative Sheila Jackson Lee, the almighty Sheila Jackson Lee. And we want to thank her for her work. We also want to thank her great staff, Crystal Williams, and none other than Dr. Berry, for all their hard work. I also got to give thanks to all the representatives. Her voice has been a leading voice in putting together the new, Voting Rights Advancement Act. Her voice has been calling out the injustice all over the state of Alabama. She has become a national leader in her efforts and her work. That's none other than Terry Sewell of Alabama. Thank you, Congresswoman Sewell. He is the named plaintiff. He is the voice of Texas. He has been actively fighting against voter suppression. None other than Mark Vesey of Texas. Thank you. We also are very, very happy to have the support and the work of none other than the chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, G.K. Butterfield. Yes, North Carolina, North Kakalaki, we be doing it. All right now. We also want to thank the wonderful representative and leader, Hank Sanders. Thank you, Hank, for being with us today. Hank, did I say Hank Sanders? Oh, my goodness.
Freudian slip from Alabama.
Right, exactly. I'm up here trying to get Hank and everything. Hank Johnson. Thank you, Hank Johnson. Oh, my goodness. That is too much of a Freudian slip. I also want to thank Congresswoman Maxine Waters, Congressman Keith Ellison, Congresswoman Frederica Wilson for all of her work, and we also want to thank Elijah Cummings and so many others. And I see, of course, my Congresswoman, the woman who has always been the leader for those of us out of the Los Angeles area. And of course, I now live here in Maryland, but I have to take a special note for the warrior princess, Maxine Waters. Thank you. And we are so grateful to everyone for all of your work. Whew. So, we are here today because it is urgent that Congress fulfills its obligation under the 15th Amendment. The 15th Amendment, Section 2 reads that Congress shall have power to enforce this article by appropriate legislation. Yet today we are in the 5th year of the brazen, unlawful, and vicious voter suppression assault on the right of American citizens to vote. 5 years ago, I created the Map of Shame with my son Justin to expose this modern era assault. Voter suppression operates in the darkness, assuming that Americans will be either unaware of the threat to their right to vote or that the American people will be deceived that these measures somehow stop voter fraud. Instead, what we've learned is that these measures perpetuate election fraud against the people. So we want to make sure that as we have seen these tragedies in North Carolina, Arizona, Texas, Alabama, North Dakota, Utah, Wisconsin, and most recently, New York. We saw lawful voters confronting the problem of long lines, confronting the problem of voter frustration, people having to wait 5 hours to vote behind 700 people, 4 block-long lines. How do we explain that? The denial of the right to vote has been too common this season. And we've also seen many people cast provisional ballots that are not being counted. So the evil of early voting cuts, no early voting, voter purging, strict voter identification laws, the failure to process registrations, polling place reductions, voter caging, correct precinct laws, student identification, confusion, and so many other problems that have been given to us by the states through their new laws and practices. Then think about this. The problem of deceptive practices by private individuals where they call people across the river in Virginia and tell them that they can vote by phone. So, these are the reasons why we're here. We're also here because the Supreme Court took away an important protection when it made its decision in Shelby versus Holder in June of 2013. It also got wrong in 2008, the Crawford versus Marion County Election Board case. So we're here because Congress must act. I'm also happy to announce another powerful member out of North Carolina. She is none other. She's been a great leader on issues of environmental justice, a great leader on issues of jobs, a great leader and a voice for the powerless, a voice for everybody who needs to be heard. That's Alma S. Adams. Thank you. Thank you, Congressman. Thank you, Congresswoman Adams. Thank you so much for all that you do and for being an early supporter of this effort. So, Congress must act. It must act to stop voter suppression by the states in federal elections where it has authority. It must act to restore the VRA, to promote an inclusive democracy. But whatever Congress does, let's be very clear that for those of us who are here as individuals, that the people must demand the repeal of voter suppression legislation in every single state where it exists. We must demand that this never become the new normal. We got to demand that we move to make our democracy more inclusive, not. The bottom line, as I take my seat, is that the tragedy of what we saw this year wasn't that people didn't care about voting. It wasn't that people didn't show up to the polls. It wasn't that people were indifferent about voting. The tragedy is that all the people you're going to hear our great panel speak about, all the issues you're going to hear them address, the tragedy is that underneath all of these awful laws, the people who were hurt were people who wanted to vote. They wanted to vote. They wanted to vote. Thank you.
My name is Greg Pallas. I'm an investigative reporter with The Guardian USA, and I want to tell you something about this dangerous, dangerous thing called vote by mail. It may be something you have to do. You may have to vote by mail or die. So how do we avoid the problems of vote by mail? It's not as simple as pick and lick, picking a candidate, licking a stamp. Depends what state you're in. You gotta learn the rules. Number one, if you're in states like Wisconsin or Minnesota or Alabama and other states, you have to make sure that you have a witness to your signature, and in a couple states, actually a notarization of your signature. The second thing is make sure that you sign exactly as you registered. The third thing is make sure you're registered. I don't care if you've been voting in the same place for 30 years. They have removed 18 million people from the voter rolls in the last 2 years. It could be you. You can't mail in your ballot if you don't get the ballot in the mail. And if you've been purged, you ain't getting it. So you have to take care of your own vote. Don't let them steal your right to vote. Find out the rules in your state. Find out if you're registered. Go to votingrightsalliance.org. And also go to Greg Palace. Keep informed. Your vote is precious. That's why they want to steal it.
Coronavirus may drastically lower voter turnout in November. Tell your elections officials to prepare now by expanding early voting and allowing for extended voting hours.
We must demand that our elected officials provide safe, secure, and sanitized places for us to vote. Demand that it's in a gymnasium, on a football stadium, because we're all going to be there to vote.
It's easy to hack into voting systems connected to the internet. We have to take all voting systems offline. We need hand-marked paper ballots and audits for the 2020 elections.
Oh, mercy, mercy me. All things ain't what they used to be, no. Where did all the blue skies go? Poison is the wind that blows from the north and south and east. Oh, mercy, mercy me. All things ain't what they used to be, no. Oil wasted on the ocean and upon our seas, fish full of mercury. Oh, mercy, mercy me. Oh, things ain't what they used to be. Radiation underground and in the sky. Animals and birds who live nearby are dying.
Won't be silent, not for one more day. We'll speak out so future generations will be saved. Won't close our eyes in fear and hide, will let our beauty reign. Nothing stands between us and the world we dream to know. We were made to love no matter how much hate we face. We will fight for those who cannot fight and need our strength. Won't close our eyes in fear and hide, will let our beauty reign. Nothing stands between us and the world we dream to know. We'll break the silence, screaming words of
Congressman John Lewis, a giant in the history of the civil rights movement, has died at the age of 80.
We cannot give up now. We cannot give in. We must keep the faith, keep our eyes on the prize. We must go out and vote like we never, ever voted before. Go out there. Speak up. Speak out. Get in the way. Get in good trouble. Necessary trouble. And help redeem the soul of America.
break the silence, screaming words of hope.
So it's the 50th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act, and it really shows the trials and tribulations that black people had to go through in order to get to the place that we have now. And even with unity, we've learned that it doesn't just take unity between black people, but through a diverse group of people working to achieve a similar goal. Even with our generations now, they have an opportunity and a responsibility to carry a burden so we don't go back to that place. When I attended in 2017 with Millennial Votes Matter, I learned so many things when it came to voter suppression, nonprofits, and just how to be a leader, a servant leader in my community. That conference actually allowed me to network with different groups of people, leaders just like me, and have inspiration for things moving forward. And with Gen Z conference this year, it's really an opportunity to see that it really is generational and they can further the work that I've done and other people have done and tag along with the things that are happening now, and they're just as important as the leaders that are in place today. So my overall message is to just get out and vote. Some people think that their vote does not matter, but that is not the case. Your vote matters at the state level, at the national level. All those things matter. So you have to get informed and get out to the polls and vote.
Hi, I'm Mimi Kennedy. A lot of you may know me as the veteran 12 step sponsor on Mom, who knows a lot about recovery. But in real life, I'm a veteran poll worker for Los Angeles County, which is the largest voting jurisdiction in the nation. And I know a lot about the rules around voting, some of which can trip people up at the polling place or even when casting their mail ballot, the way so many of us will do this year. So I compiled a lot of what I know with journalist Steve Rosenfeld, and we've got it on 2020voterscalendar.org this year, a nonpartisan voting site. Take the information, own it, use it. We have links to all the local election offices in every county, in every state. We cover registration. It starts in August. As of August 5th, you can't purge anyone from the voter rolls. It would be illegal. You can add new registrations. You can't purge. So starting August 5th, check your registration, and we're recommending that you learn how to take a screenshot of that information when you see it, all there and all correct. It's evidence that you are on the voter rolls in case anyone tries to tell you different later. We cover mail balloting. We want everyone to order early this year. We're hoping September is Order Your Mail Ballot month. We cover Be a Poll Worker, and we have the links, again, to every county. The rules are sometimes different, and we want you to check the local rules, know what's required, and step up to know the rules, learn the rules, and teach them to your friends, and be of service to democracy. Finally, we tell you that there are things you need to know as the election approaches about early voting and about something called the surrender rule. What is it, and why do you need to know? You might need to know to avoid a provisional ballot. It's all at 2020voterscalendar.org. Have a great summit. Thank you, all you election protectors that are gathered there. And I know we're going to have a great general election. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Joshua Hall. I'm originally from South Florida, Fort Lauderdale, Miami area. Currently living in Eugene, Oregon, and basically Portland. And I guess you could say Seattle, but just say the Pacific Northwest because I travel back and forth to all those places often. But I just wanted to talk to you all today and talk about my experience from 2017 Millennial Votes Matter. It was an amazing experience. Got to go to DC during the Congressional Black Caucus conference. I still speak to it to this day. Very helpful, beneficial. When I came back, I actually did a lot of voting initiatives through me and my brother's nonprofit Go Educate, where we help a lot of students go to college, mainly focused on underrepresented communities. But yeah, we did a lot of voting initiatives, partnering up with the Senator James Manning. He's the only black senator up here. Once again, it's Oregon, so that's what you expect. But yeah, me and him do a lot of work focusing on getting more people involved, being as active as possible. So it was an amazing experience. It's the 55th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act, and to this day, you don't have to do extensive research to see voting suppression going on. We know it's going on. By you sitting here and being part of Millennial Votes Matter, you understand how important voting is. So this is something that we have to continue to fight. We need our voices to be heard so we can have the proper representation and there to speak for us, because there's a lot of things going on. As far as Gen Z and millennials, voting is a critical time. There's so many issues at stake that we could focus on and why voting is important. When we talk about justice reform, criminal justice reform, we talk about police reform, the health system, education reform. All these things could be impacted by just getting out and vote, making sure the right people's in positions to help us going forward. Housing, the economy, all these things are important and ties into voting. So it's really important we get out there and stay engaged, get people out, and have that representation that we need in these positions. Once again, Attorney RY, Mr. McCoy, you're in great hands. I met them a couple years, I want to say like 2016 or 2017 when they came out to Oregon. Attorney RY was given a speech on voting suppression, and she did an amazing job. Me and my brother connected with her and Mr. McCoy, and ever since then, we've been in contact, and they helped us out a lot, even from a distance, with our voting initiative. So once again, I want to thank them for just giving me the opportunity and just helping me get more involved. So I appreciate that, and I know you all is going to do great. It's going to be a great session. You're in amazing hands. I don't know too many people that has the credentials as Dr. Online. So once again, you guys are in great hands. She's an amazing person, and you're going to see the enthusiasm and the people she brings in to speak to you all. It's really going to get you going. So I hope you all is having a great day, and stay safe. Take care.
But I wanna say to you all, the people on this panel and others out there in the audience, you have to have our back.
Welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. I promised you all on Thursday that you'd be on fire. You were on fire. I promised you this morning session that you were in for some excitement, and I think we left you spellbound. I told you you had to come back for the evening because that was just the appetizer. The main meal was coming. Well, the main meal has made it. And ladies and gentlemen, this tag team that you're about to see here, I call them new way thinkers because they have a way of thinking about things that are not the traditional manner. They're going to take you to another level. They want you to go in depth in the consideration of what is and what should be and how it should be. It's my pleasure to introduce to some and to reacquaint with many two of the premier attorneys in America. Two of the attorneys who I tell you, if you see them coming down the street headed to the courthouse, you need to just tell your attorney, I'm sick, and go home. Because they're two powerful ladies. They know their stuff and they practice what they know. And when I tell you they're new way thinkers, they're going to open it up. They're going to open up your mind. They want to open you up. They want to go deep. With Professor Kimberly Crenshaw, you've heard me say it before, and I'll say it again. She is one of the leading attorneys. She is the 8th most cited legal scholar in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to introduce to everyone this fireside chat with Kimberly Crenshaw, the director of the African American Policy Forum, and Barbara Online, the founder and president of the Transformative Justice Coalition. Ladies.
Wow, Barbara, we have to take Daryl with us every time we go.
His job, life is roll.
Thank you so much for that warm welcome.
Yes. Well, there's so much to talk about. Kim, yesterday we had thousands of people who watched the 50th anniversary of the Voting Rights Act commemoration. We had a small but powerful group that marched from the historic, Thurgood Marshall Center Trust to Black Lives Matters Plaza. And I want you to know that when we got there, the people working at Black Lives Matters Plaza were just delighted. They started chanting with us when they could hear us blocks away. But all around the route, people were running to their windows and shouting, stopping their cars and shouting, running out of restaurants and shouting.
I saw it and I thought, is this a video from the past? And I said, live now. I was like, oh my gosh, look at that. And so important.
And it was amazing because, Kim, they had been predicting downpours of rain, thunderstorms, crazy bad weather. And I want you to know that not a drop, no rain, no real rain at all. We had no showers, no sprinkles, nothing. I mean, it was amazing. As we got to the Black Lives Plaza, I mean, I got a few little sprinkles, I think, probably, but I wasn't even wet when I got back. I mean, but it rained everywhere else around us.
All right, so now that is a sign, right?
Amen.
That is a sign.
Amen. Good trouble.
Yes, good trouble. Someone has arrived.
Well, people may not know that you and I have worked for years together.
Decades.
Decades. And that we teach together when we're blessed to be able to do so, that we get into a lot of good trouble.
And people will not, so people might not know this, but once I tell them this, they will recognize it to be true. I've taught with many people over my career, but I can only tell you one time when at the end of a lecture, the students were like, laughing. And that was the lecture where Barbara Arnwine brought it home. What is at stake with voting rights? How this is a replay of a history. We've been here before. Why no one should tell you that voting is not important. She made true believers that day. So I've never seen, and I'm not talking about it was the end of the semester. It was just the end of that hour of class at Columbia Law School with students giving applause. So, Barbara, your guidance, your leadership on this issue, goes back before people even knew what the term vote suppression was, before they even knew that it was a coordinated, concerted effort to do through these various mechanisms. And I know you're going to talk about all the different kinds of vote suppression there is, but all this together amounts to precisely the efforts in the 19th century to push us outside of the democracy, to make us people who did not have a stake, that we were able to defend through the exercise of the franchise. So I'm just, a disciple. I go along for the ride, and I'm really, really happy to have this opportunity to have this conversation with you today.
Well, you are the creator of Say Her Name. And we were yelling, Say Her Name.
Yes.
And we were teaching people a whole lot of names last night, because of the benefit of working with you over these many, many years. We have traveled on the road, haven't we? I'll never forget. This is the truth, people. We came out of class one day. It was probably 3:20 or something.
It was.
We got out of class. And Kim said, Barbara, I got your email. Let's, she called the staff, says, get me some tickets, plane tickets. We're going to go by the apartment, for 30 minutes?
Yep.
And grab some clothes. And the next day we knew we were at New Jersey's airport, because that's where we could get a flight that evening. And we went to Oklahoma City for the Daniel Holtzclaw trial. And we got there and we said, nobody who's raped 13 Black women, no police officer using his badge to rape could get away with it. And we didn't care what people were saying about, well, these are the kind of women that we don't normally stand up for. Really, we went after that. And I'll never forget that as long as I live, that we literally was on a plane in less than 2 hours.
Yeah.
Because we knew where we had to be.
Yeah.
And the community welcomed us.
Yes. Yes. And that's first of all, that's the important thing about partnership, right? Having someone to ride with. And so, Barbara, you have been that person since I was a junior in college. I won't go all the way back and tell that story, except to say that mentorship, leadership, courage, these are all important features of creating, the next generation. So I met Barbara Arnwine when she came to Cornell University to speak at the State of Black America conference. And I will say that it was, an epiphany for many of us, because we, we're used to hearing just one perspective, and we were used to hearing it coming out of, one gender. And it was at least clear to me as a junior that as, a Black leader, I wanted to know what Black women were saying about the state of Black America. I wanted to know what Black women were doing about the state of Black America. I knew that Black women had done a lot around the state of Black America, including being on the cutting edge of Voting Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, being on the cutting edge of the sit-in movement, of the freedom riders. Diane Nash, who I know you probably talked about earlier, one of the great unsung heroines of the civil rights movement. If she hadn't said, we will not let this movement be repressed by massive violence, we still might be sitting in the back of the buses. These are the stories not told. So what do we have to do to tell them? We have to insist that they be told. We have to insist on consulting the leaders who are so easily written out of their own history.
Well,
And so that's effectively, what we did. I know there's some Black women leaders. And lo and behold, there was Barbara Arnwine in Boston, Massachusetts, leading up the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights. And she came and gave a talk that fired people up and fired up a whole generation of people, including me, to go to law school because I could see that a Black woman could be a leader. She could be dedicated to her people. She could tell the truth and she could be a lawyer. So all of these things came together, and I've just been, following, ever since Barbara Arnwine, including on the question of voting. So should we talk a little bit about, so there's a favorite story that just blew me away that you told me about how difficult it was to get people to realize that this vote suppression thing is real. And that you can't not talk about its racial contours. So, your story of creating the map of shame and then trying to take it to the powers that be at a time when the powers that be were practicing the fantasy of post racialism is sort of a wake up call for anyone who really wants to know, well, why do we have to call this out for what it is? Had you not called it out for what it is, God only knows what would have happened in the election, in the midterm election, and then the re-election. So, can you share with folks the story from how you got to create the map of shame, but then importantly, how hard it was to get the administration to deal with it, and what had to happen before our attorney general under the Obama administration realized that he had a serious problem under his nose?
wow, there's so much to talk about. I said to Daryl the other day that my life has been full of what I call Cassandra moments, where I'm like, don't that Trojan horse, leave it alone, leave it outside the gates. It's trouble. It's gonna bring destruction. And people say you're just making up stuff. You're just talking crazy. And one of those incidents was clearly the map of shame. And right now I'm going through it, Kim, with the vote by mail.
Yes, yes. So I wanted to build on that.
Right,
Yes.
they just gone nuts and think that vote by mail is the panacea, it's the new Trojan horse. But anyway, let me talk about the map of shame. In 2010, there was a thing called a midterm election. A lot of people in this country make a vital mistake. They only vote presidential. They only vote for the big races, as they'll say. So they sit out those midterm elections, which are the elections, for, of course, Congress, for a lot of Senate seats, for governors, for all the state legislative seats, a lot of times in their states. And in 2010, during the 2010 midterms, when all of these seats were up for election, 25 million people who voted for Obama did not vote, sat home, because they had taken care of it by electing a Black president. So they sat home and did not vote.
I think we've frozen a little bit there, Barbara.
Consequence, 30 state legislatures. Oh, am I frozen?
You're back now.
Uh-oh, I see that line that just said your internet connection is unstable. Help, Caitlin. But anyway, when I did that, when I when I saw that, I knew that meant problems, because people who, when they get into power, they want to consolidate their power. They don't want to ever give it up. So we were worried, but I really didn't think as nefariously as people would be. And what we saw happen immediately was within weeks after the election and people took office in January of 2011, my staff started bringing me these letters. And the first letter was from one state, and I read it and I said, oh, how could they? All this ugly voter ID. How could they? Cuts to early voting. How could they? Getting rid of same day elections. How could they? I said, oh, this is evil. And so we signed on to a letter saying we opposed it. Within a month, my staff comes and brings me another letter. And it's and I said, well, didn't I sign this letter already? And they said, no, it's a different state.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, wait a minute.
Mm-hmm.
Then they brought me the third letter.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, okay, folks. This is not a coincidence. This is a trend line, something very dangerous. Folks, by April, 40 states had introduced voter suppression legislation, over 100 pieces.
And what is it or who is it that facilitates this? Because basically you're looking at the same legislation from state to state to state. How can that happen? That can't be, coincidence.
It wasn't. People forget that the day Obama was inaugurated, there was a meeting held at Capitol Hill, where people said, this will never happen again. They looked at that Obama coalition, 90+% of blacks, black women dominant. They looked at that coalition, 70% of Latinos, 67% of Asians, and young people, and at least 20+% of the white vote all over the place. They said that's a danger, because if that coalition is allowed to operate, it will destroy conservative politics. It will be a progressive politic, and they're going to want all kind of, quote, democratic socialism and all kind of other stuff. So they decided that the only answer was to engage in voter suppression. And the American Legislative Exchange Council, everybody is called the American Legislative Exchange Council, ALEC, came up with this vicious model legislation that they gave to all the hundreds of state legislators they've been training for years and feeding money to for years. And people saw them taking this model legislation and introducing it in state after state after state. And their goal to cut down the electorate. Their goal is to shrink the electorate down and to get rid of all those voters.
What's happening on the other side? So Alec is the day the inauguration happens, they're like, okay, line in the sand, will not happen again. So they're getting their ducks in a row. What about the pro-democracy forces? Now, what are they doing while this is brewing?
Well, when I start showing people my charts at that point of what's going on, I mean, eyes are literally glazing over, Kim. People are looking like, what are you talking about?
And why are they glazing over? I mean, this is an obvious move that's being made. Why isn't it clear? Like, oh my gosh, we've got to get our forces together to protect the vote, to resist this coordinated effort.
Because they have bought into their own narrative and mythology,
which is
post-racialism. They believe that the Obama administration, the Obama election is a game-changing reality for America. Mm-hmm. And they forget that when you're dealing with white structural racism, we don't have time to teach that.
Fights back.
That it always fights back. Its number one objective is to live, and it has two purposes: to advantage whites and to subordinate everyone else. That's all it does. And so people need to understand that the minute they saw that their artificial hold on power was being threatened, they decided that they had to take drastic measures. But our people are sitting ducks because they bought this narrative that we're all change done come. We made it to the promised land.
So,
they're
so
getting it.
when they're thinking this and you come in with like, look at what's happening, you have this map, right, where you show, we'll tell them what the map is showing that you're
Well,
showing
first of all,
folks.
the first thing that happened was I was told the STFU. Okay, I
And
can't.
why? You are sounding the alarm. So not only are they in the fantasy that post-racialism is real, here you're
They're
saying,
mad
well,
at me.
actually it's not,
They're mad at me. They
because
say
you're
they say
disrupting
because
the dream.
that I'm causing racial discord, that I'm promoting race conspiracy theories. My charts are not going anywhere, and it was my son Justin who told me when he heard me groaning at this table that I'm at now in this dining room. He heard me just fussing about just what do I have to do to make people listen. That he said, "Mom, tell me what's wrong." And I told him, and he looked at my charts and he said, "No, Mom, that's not going to work. You need something dramatic that's going to catch people's attention. You need a map." I said, "A map?" And he said, "Yes." He said, "Because you can make it interactive with the internet. You can teach people what's going on in each state. You can show them the commonalities of the problems that's happening in every state, and people will get it. You can make states red, you can make states green, you can show people where these problems are, and folks will get it." And I said, "Well, I'll be darned." The next day, I got up, I called my staff, and I said, "I need a map." And that was the origins of the map of shame. And the map of shame shook people up. I started going to meetings. I had a map, people. I am 5'1.5". The map had to be 6 feet big. I could barely carry the thing. And in fact, I had people to help me carry it. And I would go and put it on a stand and I would say, "This is the map of shame. This is our current reality. You got to wake up, people." And I went to labor meetings, civil rights meetings, and people started going, "Wait a darn minute."
And what did it show people, just to be clear? What were they able to see that they couldn't see with the charts?
They could see all the states where this legislation was moving or had been adopted. They saw, custody voting, the elimination of souls to polls Sundays. They saw the imposition of attempted imposition of citizenship laws. They saw these strict, onerous voter IDs. Remember, people have always shown some kind of voter ID at the polls, but it's usually been something simple, but they came up with these strict ones that you had to have a driver's license, a passport, couldn't use your student ID, all this evilness. They We also was able to, we saw, even stricter felon disenfranchisement laws moving. We saw all of these restrictions and saw how many communities this affected, people of color communities. And the effect was that it was taking away a serious percentage of the ability to vote of people of color. And when people saw all these red states suddenly, because that was the stop sign saying, "This is bad, folks," not red for GOP, red for bad legislation. And then when I showed the few states that were good, because there were almost zero, I mean, there were very few. And then when I showed the white for the states where nothing had happened, people were just amazed and they were spellbound. Their mouths fell open. And, but I needed to show it to the administration.
And
that was the
I'm going to hold you there just for a minute, just to say, so we're talking about 2 or 3 different kinds of tactics that were going on, or how many are there?
There are 61 forms of voter suppression. 61 forms, and this is based on a list that I compiled last year in November. So you can go to votingrightsalliance.org, votingrightsalliance.org. That's our main voting rights activism website. And you will find the 61 forms of voter suppression, because they are still happening, because this battle has not been won against voter suppression. And what happened was, I wanted to show this to Attorney General Eric Holder, and I kept calling and begging for meetings, and people wouldn't allow me to meet with him. My own staff, I had people on my own
So
staff.
you're calling and you're saying, "I need to tell," and let's be clear, what's the role of the Attorney General? Like, why?
The Attorney General is the person who's in charge of enforcing the Voting Rights Act of 1964. 65, whose anniversary we're celebrating this week. And what happened was people were saying, "Oh no, don't let her in front of him and all that wackiness that she's talking."
Because
And
what
so-
could he do under the Voting Rights Act if
Oh,
he
he
had
could
been aware of this?
Right, he could start suing these states.
Uh-huh.
I'm showing what 40 states, and I'm showing at least 10 to 12 that are horrific, that are clearly out of alignment with the law, and are imposing these laws without getting them pre-cleared. It's required at that time under Section 5. That they're also violating vote dilution. They're doing all kind of stuff. So I'm showing all of this. And finally, one of the ladies from the Asian community called me up and said, "Barbara, we have a meeting with them. We want you to come and do your map because they must see this. This is a threat to all of us, all of our communities. They got to see this." So they let me come in. I was part of this meeting. I get in there,
And what was their meeting about?
It was about language assistance
Okay.
and about language accommodation. And what they did was they set up a 45-minute meeting and they finished in 20 minutes. And the Attorney General was shocked. And he says, "Oh, so we're finished?" And they said, "Oh no, Barbara has something to talk about." And I reached out and I took that map of shame and I slammed it on the table in front of him. I said, "This is our reality." And I started talking about it. And I said, and I ended up by saying, "This is happening on your watch, right now. And your Department of Justice is not stopping it." And he looked at his staff. And I want you guys to know that all those staff people that had blocked it, all this meeting, all this time, they had their heads down literally on the table in shame. And he looked them in the eye when they finally raised their heads up and looked at him. He said, "This is BS. We're going to stop it right now." And that's what led to the speech at the Lyndon Baines Johnson Library in Austin, Texas that year. That's what led to all the litigation that they started bringing.
By Eric Holder.
By Eric Holder, who was the Attorney General at that time.
And so just to be clear about the outlines of the story, so he is the person who is able to exercise authority to battle this vote suppression. This vote suppression is suppressing the votes of the coalition, the Obama coalition, the Civil Rights Coalition.
Right.
So they're blocking information to getting to the person who could actually work to protect the right to vote, right? You're being silenced by people who are part of the civil rights. So it's not the other side of the aisle that's doing the blocking and the silencing. It's our own side. So it's partly a story about what happens, when you believe the hype more than you're looking at what's actually happening. So that's number one, right? Number two, the one who's the squeaky wheel, who's long been associated with, okay, wait a minute, we can't have her in the bunch because she's basically drawing attention to the real stuff that we have to deal with right now. So had the coalition not given you that space to come in to say, not only do we have language assistance needs, but the entire structure of voting is at risk. Had that not happened, then we would have lost important years of having an attorney general who is able to fight these under the existing Voting Rights Act, right?
Absolutely.
So that's number one. Then let's talk a little bit about what happened to the Voting Rights Act.
Yeah, the Supreme Court in 2013, John Roberts had been on a 30-year mission to get rid of the Voting Rights Act. He said that he always felt that Section 5 was unconstitutional. When he was up for his confirmation hearings for Chief Justice of the Supreme Court, he told the panel, the Senate panel, that he would not eviscerate Section 5. What he didn't say is that he wouldn't eviscerate Section 4B, which was the coverage formula. So basically, Section 5 said no state with a history of voter discrimination or discrimination in voting would be allowed to impose any change without it being reviewed to make sure it was non-discriminatory, because they couldn't be trusted given their history. and that you had to make sure that any change to law, practice, or procedure was pre-cleared, that the Department of Justice or the United States District Court in Washington, D.C. said that it was okay and approved it, and that was pre-cleared. Well, what he did was he did not take away the pre-clearance procedure, but he took away the coverage formula that talked about the 1,200 jurisdictions that had been determined and classified as being part of that regimen, that regime of discriminatory states. And he said that's not fair because it's, you're treating these states more harshly than the other states. There's no equal sovereignty of the states, and that Congress had not done enough, even though Congress had had all these hearings, all this information that they had produced. So they, overstepped their bounds as the Supreme Court. And he basically threw out 4B. Well, when you throw out 4B and there's no coverage, then it doesn't matter what Section 5 says. Mm-hmm. So there's nobody it applies to. Imagine, folks, if you had, your cars were out there and somebody brought you a brand new car and said, look at this great car, and this great car that's going to take you all these places and it's wonderful, but they never give you anything to start the ignition with. Mm-hmm. So that's what the Voting Rights Act became. You couldn't write it anywhere. You couldn't use it.
And then Barbara, some of his rationale, of course, was we don't need it anymore. We don't need this coverage anymore. Because we elected a black
president.
Right.
And
so we don't need it anymore. And all of these, stories about vote, discrimination, all that stuff was in the past. We are a new country. It's a new time. It's a new order. So that was history, right? So basically that's history. That very day it got decided.
Yes.
The Supreme Court said, we don't need this anymore. What happened?
Texas had been sitting on a bad, ugly law that they knew would never pre-clear because it was so discriminatory. Voter ID law, they put it into effect. Alabama had been sitting on a bad, ugly voter ID law and a citizenship law. That night they put it into effect. State of the leader of the House, I believe it is, in good old North Carolina, goes to the well and says, we're going to pass legislation now that we can. Georgia, we're going to pass legislation now that we can. We saw a just volcanic activity throughout the country of voter suppression laws that were introduced.
So does that mean that the Supreme Court gets to say, oh, our bad, we were wrong in saying that vote suppression is over. Let's go back and let's just withdraw, Shelby. That was a mistake. Do they have an occasion?
No, they say only Congress can quote fix the coverage formula, knowing that there's a GOP dominated at that point both House and Senate. And that there was no way they're going to pass any legislation. So we have been stuck, folks. The House just passed the Voting Rights Advancement Act in December with John Lewis presiding, and they sent it over to the Senate, and McConnell won't even bring it to the floor for a vote. It's been sitting there for time for, in fact, if you go from the time of the decision to the day, it's over 2,000 plus days. If you look at the time that it's sat there since then, it's hundreds of days. I just want people to understand that this fight is real. Mm-hmm. It's real, and sometimes you got to stand against conventional wisdom. You got to stand when nobody else is standing with you. You got to fight. I gave 120 speeches in 2011. I gave 150 speeches in 2012 to educate people about this danger of voter suppression. And what did I say, Kim? I said, if you ever have a close election, voter suppression will decide it.
That's right.
That you got to get rid of this. You got to fight it, because if you ever have a close election, voter suppression is going to decide it.
And that's what happened in 2015. Point on that, Barbara. When you say close election, some of the most significant elections in the history of the country were decided by percentage points, single percentage points, sometimes less
Right.
than 2%.
2,000 voters.
Yes, an entire election. So
Right.
all you need is to suppress a small number of the
Exactly.
voting. That's all you need to actually effectively steal an election. So people need to recognize. So now that the Voting Rights Act's formula doesn't allow the kind of protection that was permitted up until that fateful day, where is the struggle now against vote suppression? Now we have many sites of it, right? What are the things that we all need to be doing to fight against their effort to steal our democracy, to take away the ability of voters to make decisions rather than suppressors to make the decisions?
That's why we're having this conference. We got to organize everybody. We got to organize. We got to organize. The voters need us because we are their first front line of defense. We are the best people out there to help voters because the states aren't doing it, the federal government's not doing it, and the courts have said, no way we're doing it. So it is up to us to make this fight. So what I've been trying to do is I have this new uphill battle trying to teach people that there's something called virus voter suppression, and that when the Dems are out there yelling that they won't vote by mail, vote by mail, vote by mail as the answer, I keep saying it's no panacea. Don't you know if vote by mail was great for black folks, we would have been using it like crazy? But we haven't because it doesn't work as well for us. Why? Has everybody gone crazy? Or, well, let's say this, has everybody forgotten that there's something called the digital divide? The digital divide means that there are millions of households out there without an internet. Who doesn't have those? People of color. People forget that on Native American reservations, the USPS hasn't even given people what are called addresses. So how are you going to deliver some vote by mail to an address? That's why people haven't been able to get voter ID in some of these areas. They forget that these states have decided that when they use vote by mail, how do you apply, everybody? You apply on the internet. Or you apply by knowing about it. How do you find out about it on the internet? How do you, because they're not on TV. Have you seen any of these state officials on TV? Have you seen any ads? Have you seen any billboards? No, they're not outreaching, only through the internet. So, and that means that in Philadelphia, where 29% of all blacks have no access to the internet at all, that
29%.
29%. That means that they didn't get the notice. They didn't know how to do it. So that's why when you see all these long lines at these reduced polling sites, which is another form of voter suppression, that you suddenly realize that a lot of them are there because either they applied for a ballot, an absentee ballot and didn't get it, or they're there because they didn't know they were in an inactive list or been purged, or because, frankly, they didn't know how to apply for an absentee ballot or a vote by mail. So you saw in Pennsylvania, and if you look all throughout the country, you're going to see this real deficit, this real delta between white voters and black voters using vote by mail. Let me give you an example. In Wisconsin, 14% plus increase in white voter participation due to vote by mail. In Milwaukee, in the same state, 30% decrease of black voters.
Wow. And so, Barbara, but pause on that for a moment, because when we're hearing from our, advocates for vote by mail, they'll celebrate what was happening, in Wisconsin. Like, you know what, they tried to suppress us, but we worked our way around it. So I think listeners might be surprised to hear that there was actually a decrease in participation of people of color. So how are these two things happening at the same time? Celebration on one hand and depression of these of black and brown voters on the other.
Because it's the way white structural racism works. That's what people forget, that you could be in the zig and the zag, as I say, at the same time. Just like you had Obama elected president as a height, a zenith, at the same time, voter suppression rising in the background. And that was the thing that the Shelby case didn't even take up, was the rise of voter suppression. They didn't even want to, because that would undercut the entire premise of Robert's reasoning. Remember, some of these people are locked into the same system. They want white political dominance. They don't want to see a very diverse and real electorate take power.
So,
Because they
on
know
both sides of the aisle, you're saying on both sides of the aisle?
Well, I've had to sue in my lifetime a whole lot of Democrats. That's all I can say.
So
And I've had to.
this is not a partisan critique. This is on both sides of the aisle. We have to really look at this.
But one party is worse than the other, right? I mean, realistically, when you look at how they operate, but you can't trust that all your interests are going to be represented by anybody. We have to represent our interests. One thing I keep telling people is that in this work is called constant vigilance. We forget about that. We think that we can march, get one victory, and it's all over. No! White structural racism will give you that one victory and then take it away underneath your eyes. It will water it down. It will confuse you. It will make you think that you're going to have it. So what we are doing is we want everybody to be clear that in the future, you got to be part of this fight. Join us. Go to votingrightsalliance.org. And you're getting ready to go to your workshops where you're going to go deep in. So I'm going to, thank you, Professor Crenshaw.
Thank you, Barbara. You gave us our marching orders. Now go to workshops to figure out how to go into this battle to protect our democracy.
All right. I see people are asking questions about voter IDs and everything. Okay, that's coming up in the workshops, and we'll pick some of that up during our closing session. Thank you so much, Kim. Thank you so much,
Barbara. Always a pleasure.
Okay. Daryl.
Thank you, ladies. I promised everyone that you're going to see some new wave fingers, and I think they delivered. You had a chance to see it as it was unfolding in front of you. Now you're going to have the opportunity now, and I just wanted to pick up on one thing that Barbara Online laid out. She said sometimes you got to stand when no one else is standing with you, and I tell you, this is that point. This is that point, and they're laying it out that this is the time for you to stand. There's attacks that are attacking your votes. They're attacking their registration. They're attacking whether or not you can remain on the ballot, if you can remain as a registered voter. This is that point. This is that point. And when they're attacking, the question isn't, and she very clearly made it, it's a nonpartisan issue. Whether it's 6 inches in your back with the knife or 12 inches in the back, the whole concept's got to be get the knife out your back at all. So I encourage you to get into.
And Daryl, I want to clarify to anybody who heard me that I believe in voter options. I don't believe that that you shouldn't have vote by mail. I think having it as the only option is a tremendous mistake.
Yes.
You got to have vote by mail, in-person voting that's safe and accessible. You got to also have drive-up voting, curbside voting, drop boxes. You got to also have expanded early voting. So people don't mishear me. Because sometimes when people hear this, they say, oh, she said vote by mail is bad. It has problems, folks. And you got to work to reduce those problems. And there are answers to how you do that. And they're going to talk about it in the workshops.
And don't mess with God's souls to the polls. That's right.
Right.
God. All right. So we have the 6 workshops that are lined up. You have 6 wonderful people, actually more than 6 wonderful people that are involved in these workshops. You have, Andrea Miller from People Demanding Action. You folks that are going to be dealing with Andrea, you think your mind was blown from this? Wait till you get into her workshop. My goodness. You have C.K. Hoffler is the president of the National Bar Association. C.K. is, I told you if you saw either of these 2 ladies coming into the courtroom, leave. If you see C.K., you find one of these 2 ladies because you need somebody to combat that on that level. She's incredible. You're going to enjoy it. You're also going to have Jesse Littlewood and Pastor Glasgow over the National President of the Ordinary People Society. You're going to have Diane Wilkerson, a former state senator out of Massachusetts, that's going to be there and is also on the board for the Transformative Justice Coalition. Out of Alabama, Jessica Walker, dealing with poll worker recruitment and coalition building with Dr. Perry. Look, you're even going to have reparations and the vote. We come on now, come on now. Reparations and Joe is just going to. I can't even imagine. So at this point, I want you to. You should have your password protected Zoom link, and you should be able to go ahead and Zoom over to your concurrent workshop sessions at this point.
Make stellar flowers bloom. I listen for their drum and dance with my friend the moon. My friend the moon, my friend the moon, my friend the moon, my friend the moon, my friend the At night I see a light like my own, and it is not all blues. There is peace in heaven's womb, so please don't be confused. midnight afternoon, I searched the sky and wondered why. I begin to notice everywhere I looked at nature's art, those perfect thoughts that was back in June. When I tried to understand, I met this man, he took my hand, and now I gotta tell you, ever since that day until the end, he's been my friend, the moon, my friend, the moon.
That these women, if they're involved with the criminal justice system, they must be sinners. And therefore, as we call it, as the young people call it, respectability politics came to play.
And you all were there for the actual trial, right? You were there for the actual trial.
Back to the trial. And it's a classic. Barbara used the term earlier, intersectional failure. It was the classic intersectional failure because, frankly, with the exception of the National Organization for Women, that was led by Terry, Barbara Terry's last name.
Terry O'Neill.
Terry O'Neill. Most women's groups didn't identify sexual abuse by cop to be an important issue for women. Why? Well, because of the women it happens to, because where it happens. So when we typically think about gender-based violence, intimate violence, it's thought about as private violence, not something that police officers do. So they weren't there. And for the most part, when people think about police violence, they don't think about sexual violence.
Right.
They think about physical abuse. And exactly, as Barbara says, sexual violence by one study is the second most common complaint. But again, who does this happen to? It happens to Black women. It happens to poor women. It happens to women who are chemically dependent. It happens to women who are trans women, who are gender police. These are women who typically are not believed. And when you're not believed, you become basically a food for prey. That's exactly how Daniel Holtzclaw saw them. He knew nobody was going to believe them. So that's how he could get away with raping woman after woman after woman after woman.
13. And his mistake that he made, I see the links are coming. Here they come, folks.
Okay.
And while the links are coming.
And if I could, Barbara, as people are finding the links as they come, just please check out once your link is there. Just go ahead and hit it. I know you're going to be too excited with our conversation, but we want you to get to your workshop.
Right.
Professor Crenshaw, one of the things that's sort of a pivot on what you just said with regards to Holtzclaw type people that believe they can simply get away with it. And I know that you just recently testified before Congress on the Justice and Policing Act 2020. Were you surprised that there was nothing in the Justice and Policing Act 2020 that dealt with the officer sexual abuse of the folks like such as the Holtzclaw case?
Well, so there is now. So we do want to lift that up. And no, I mean, this is a problem with framing, right? So if we think about police abuse, basically as police beating people or shooting people, and if you think those people are generally men, you're not going to notice that the way that women experience police abuse, particularly Black women, isn't really the predicate or the groundwork for which people are thinking about effective reform. That's why it's important to say her name. That's important. That's why it's important to add these stories, because you're not going to notice what's missing if you don't know what happened in the first place. So
Mhm.
saying their names helps us tell the stories so that when we are in a moment like now where reform possibilities have been scaled up because of the attention that's brought to the overall problem of policing, we want to be able to also lift up the things that are happening to our women and girls as well.
And
Now,
Daryl, mhm. Oh, I was going to say, had it not been for the fact that one of the women who he made the mistake of raping, because he was
Mhm.
out there raping young women,
Mhm.
mainly who he thought people wouldn't believe,
Right.
but there was a good-looking sister who,
Mhm.
because of our melanin, you know how we look so much younger than we are, she was in her, she was a grandmother,
Right.
and he raped her, forced,
Mhm.
forced sexual contact with her, and he made a big mistake because she was an established member of the community.
Mm.
She had family that were police officers. She came out of that respectability politic, and she told people the minute he freed her. Because see, he would take them out to these fields that were
Mhm.
dark, these black back alleys and these distant places, and people would be afraid he's gonna kill them and leave their bodies. Who knows what he's done?
Wow.
And so they, as a consequence, complied with him. And then he told them, I got all your information. If you
I know where you live.
right, and if you tell anybody, I'm going to kill you. And that's what he
Wow.
told them.
Now, let me ask you to this: the prosecutor in the case was the prosecutor a person of color or the judge a person of color?
Nobody in that courtroom was a person of color, which was one of the reasons it was important to bear witness. That's one of the key aspects of Say Her Name. We've got to hold these spaces. We have to bear witness because what happens when we are not there is the same kind of erasure and marginalization that we know has been part of our history. So that's why Barbara and I, ran and picked up our bags and went straight to the airport, right? To join with the Oklahoma Artists for Justice to bear witness, to bring the attention of the rest of the country to this issue. And that's why we went back, for the sentencing. It was important to know that this is not going to be one of those things that goes
Right.
in the night. And I think, and Barbara will speak to this as well. Once the case fell from the headlines, they were at it again.
Mm.
So Holtzclaw and his people were, they actually got on primetime television telling a sob story about what a good guy he was that was brought down by all these scheming, conniving women. They were using the same stereotypes against them that he had used to say, no one's going to believe you anyway. Very well-known political commentators got behind him, and the case only ended within 2020.
Now, was there a substantial African American community that
There is peace in heaven's womb. So please don't be confused about my friend the moon.
One of the other things that we are very strongly advocating for this year is something that we're calling the National Vote Force. I don't know who the poll workers are in the precincts or vote centers where you vote. But in my precinct in Virginia, I'm 66 years old. And when I work the polls, I'm one of the younger ones. So the problem that we're going to be experiencing this year is COVID. And that means people my age and especially people older are very, very susceptible to COVID. And there's a good chance that some of our most experienced poll workers are going to say, I'm just not willing to risk it. And they won't come and work at the polls. The danger and the problem this causes is that if we don't have poll workers, then polls in many communities are not going to open. And if there is no early voting and people have waited until election day, they may not be able to easily cast their ballot. So the idea behind National Vote Force is that we encourage younger people, specifically 18 to 40. Normally, if you are at least 18 years old, you have the ability to be a paid poll worker. We're encouraging younger people because A, they're less susceptible to COVID. Two, most of the states where we're working have purchased new digital voting equipment. And let's face it, young people are a lot more comfortable normally with technology than older people. The other reason for building the national vote force is we will now be preparing the next generation to come and literally man election central. They will be the people that are in charge of the polling. They will be the people looking at the chain of custody of the ballots, and they will be the people making sure that when people come to the precinct or the polls that look like us, they will be welcomed inside the polls as opposed to dismissed. So, with that idea in mind, one of the things I mentioned early on is that we are a technology company. We built an app available in the iPhone store and available in the Android store, and it's called Vote Force. And what we do with Vote Force is we send out information about how to become a poll worker, among other things. As we get closer to the election and states like Arizona, Georgia, Florida, North Carolina, Texas announce their vote centers, we will actually create maps of where all those vote centers are for early voting for election day. And if these states have drop boxes or any of the other states, the 8 states where we're working, we will also map those drop boxes. So when we call people with our phone banks, we'll be able to give them a link where they can go and find the map. We also do texting. We will be able to text people, this is where they can find the map. So it is our goal to make sure that election information is accessible to as many voters as possible. Now, one of the other big issues we have in 2020 is our young people, our 18 to 24-year-old. They are among the most registered generation in the history of this country. They are also among the most non voting generation in the history of this country since most people were able to be enfranchised. I'm going to give you an example from North Carolina. In congressional district number 2, out of 21,000 voters who could vote, who were 18 to 24. Now, admittedly, this is a primary election. 21,000 possible voters, 633 showed up and voted. And it didn't get a lot better in the general. So we are investing a lot of time. We're building a lot of tools to be sure we can reach out to young voters so that they have information about where to vote and that it comes to them in a shareable fashion so they can share it with their friends, that they can make a voting plan, and that all that information is digital and they can operate it and work with it on their phone. These are sample ads that we used in North Carolina last year. We are building many more ads that will appeal to issues. Be a climate voter, be a justice voter, be a movement for Black Lives voter that will hopefully get the attention of our younger voters based on issues. And then we'll give them all the information they need. We've invested in tools like Motive Vote, where they can create teams. It can be where they work, it can be where they go to school. The teams can be whatever they want the teams to be. And then the actions that it will ask them to take will be put in your name and address, and then we'll figure out what your district is. That way, we'll know when your elections are. Put in your voting plan. Are you going to vote by mail? Are you going to early vote? Or are you going to vote in election day? That way, we will know to say this is where you can get your absentee ballot. This is when early voting will be, and they will get reminders of all those things that are coming up. And every time they take an action, they become eligible to get a prize. Um, we don't know whether we're going to be giving people rides to the polls to actually vote, or whether we're going to be giving them rides to the drop box to drop off their ballot. But we made some adjustments to our Give a Ride tool so that it will be flexible enough to support multiple days of voting. And finally, if people are trying to vote and they see a problem, this year we are enhancing our See Something, Say Something tool. So not only can you report what type of problem you saw or witnessed, a ballot problem, the polling place is closed, there were long wait times, there was a poll worker who had no clue as to what they were doing, voter check-in times were taking forever. If we really do have that voter intimidation materialize that we are expecting, then you will be able to take a video, you will be able to take a picture, and when you submit it, it will create a dot on the map like you see here. And once you see that dot on the map, then you will have the ability to take a look at it and get information. And MSNBC plans to have this in their war room again. And then finally, we do a lot of work in rural areas. We do not seed rural. So for our rural voters who may not have cell phones, where we may not be able to text them, we may not even have a good phone number at all, they will at least get a postcard from us. And there will probably, if there's a digital billboard available in their area, they will get a digital billboard where we will again give them information about early voting. And if we have an electronic digital guide, we will have information about where they can find the digital voting guide. I see I've got some folks who joined me. I am stopping my screen share, and I would love to entertain any questions. Yes, I see a note here that says there is already a problem with less polling sites open. That is true. Um, just part of the voter suppression, they are opening less polling sites. The bigger problem can be that even the ones they open, if we don't get the poll workers there, they literally won't open. That's what happened in Georgia, where there were a number of polling sites that were supposed to be open in Fulton County. The poll workers didn't show up. People were standing in line, and there was nobody that was there to open the doors. So that's part of the reason why we're really doing a nationwide push to get younger voters to be there and to be our poll workers. So, yes, that is true. And oh, thank you, Martha. Martha says, "How do I get to join this effort?" All right. I'm going to give you some information. If you want to send postcards, you can go here, bit.ly/ROV, reclaim our vote, postcard home. And that will tell you everything you need to know about joining the postcard campaign. It will tell you where to get your postcards. It will tell you who to contact to get addresses. You'll be able to reach out to a regional volunteer organizer, and we have office hours. So we do training, and all of that will be available on the bit.ly/ROV postcard home. Now, if you are a person who likes phone banking, and we love our phone banks, you can go to phone banks, plural, at reclaimourvote.org, and they will email you back and let you know when they're doing training. They do training almost every Monday. You can go, they'll get you set up with your action ID. They'll walk you through how our postcards work, where you can find our phone bank list and begin calling. And then on Tuesdays, we run a national phone bank where people from all over the country jump on Zoom and you all phone bank together. And these folks have been calling 4,000 people on a Tuesday afternoon every Tuesday. And they are getting ready to offer some on Friday. So it will be Monday training, Tuesday phone bank. You can phone bank on your own once you've got your user ID and your password. And then you can come back for more group phone banking on Friday. Now, the best phone bank day normally is Sunday afternoon. Give people an opportunity to get their church on. God bless Zoom church. We can still go to church. And then after that, we can hit the phones. Our phone banks are open 7 days a week. Um, I don't know if everybody saw our initial numbers. We have made 433,000 phone calls so far this year. Our original goal was 500,000 by November. Yes, we are obviously going to blow that number out of the water. Our original goal was we were going to send 1.2, maybe 2 million postcards. We're already at 3.7 million. We blew that number out of the water. And we like to think that part of the reason is people absolutely love those beautiful phone calls. Oh, and I love your question. Are there any text banks? If you want to text, you're going to send me an email directly. Do we have texting? We wrote our own texting tool. When my board member found out I spent $10,000 and it wasn't even our money, organization gave us the money. We spent $10,000 to buy 100,000 texts. He was really upset. He said, "You know, it only cost half a penny to send a text." I was like, "Well, it might cost half a penny to send it, but the programs you need to use, it costs a dime to send a text." He's a retired Google engineer. This was on a Wednesday. Friday morning, he called me, "Get some people together. I'm going to have a prototype ready to demonstrate on Monday afternoon." So we went to see the program, the demonstration on Monday afternoon. We have a texting tool that does something that no other texting tool in the world can do. Our texting tool will look at a voter's county and a voter's zip code. All of that is in the voter file that's sitting under the texting tool. And if the voter tells us they plan to early vote, it can automatically text them their closest early voting location. It can send them the name, the address, and the date and time that the vote center is open. I have a team of 4 young people who work for me, and their job when we get close to an election is to scour county websites and find every voting center in that state and make sure we load that information into our texting tool so that then our engineers can make a map of it and we can text people a map because people may say, "I'm going to early vote," but maybe they're not going to leave and go from home. Not our business where they're going to go from to go and early vote. So we also text them a map of these are all the vote centers in the state. And then also, if there are drop boxes, we include the drop boxes as well. So we have a plan to make 2020 the most fantabulous election year. This is the year for people who look like us to show the powers that be that not only does our vote matter, without our vote, you aren't going anywhere. So in 2020, yes, we are voting for our lives, but in 2020, we are going to vote our power. So I am happy to entertain questions. Let's see.
I have a question, Miss
Yeah,
Miller.
go ahead.
For you, I'm Tanja. We've met before.
Oh, yes.
With Vote Equality US. I
Yes.
just want to know how can we get the word out? A lot of people have received these absentee ballots from like a private company, like a third party, and there's some question as to whether that can be trusted. I mean, how do we just get the word out to the community? Kind of like you said, have a voting plan in place,
Right.
and not to be afraid of voting early.
Right. Well, that's why we built Vote Force. Vote Force is relational texting. So once you get the Vote Force app, we can put messages on it. Like there's a company that sent a bunch of information into Virginia. The only problem is a lot of the information they sent was wrong. They were very, very sloppy about what they did. Confused Fairfax County with Fairfax City, Roanoke County, the whole deal. One of the things we always tell people about our scripts is we do a lot of research before we decide to tell a voter anything. Um, our attorneys write the script and we sort of wheedle them down from a page and a half to 2 pages, down to postcard size, down to we can have a reasonable conversation with another human and give them a reasonable amount of information. So we do a tremendous amount of research, sort of like being a doctor. I believe do no harm. Do not mislead voters and give voters wrong information. There was another organization in North Carolina. They spent 80,000, I believe it was an application to vote by mail, and they filled them out. Well, that is not legal. You can't send people pre-filled applications. If they sent them blanks, that would have been okay. They were, quote, trying to be helpful, but you must understand there are rules and laws in every state. So when we do voter registration, we never tell a voter to register. We tell a voter, check the status of your registration, because in many states, if you are already registered and you register again, you have now committed, either in some states it's misdemeanor, in other states it's a felony, at which point now you've lost your right to vote. You must be exceedingly careful with what you tell voters. Thank you, Tanja. Any other questions? Obviously, I love this work. I hope everybody sees that. And I love seeing all of your wonderful faces. Now, we will be done here in a couple of minutes. Oh, I've got a question in the chat. Oh, wow. They want me to go until 7:50. All right. So I think they're running late. All right. Well, you know what? They're running late. That means I'm going to get to show you some things that I think you are going to enjoy. So let me go and share my screen again. All right. Remember when I was talking about the whole notion of becoming a poll worker? Well, this is an app, and I will put the link in the chat for you. Let me go grab that. This is an app. Anybody, you can just click on it. It will automatically install on your computer. And if you know about QR codes, you can point your camera at the QR code and it will install this directly on your phone. So this is our poll worker app. Now, I live in the state of Virginia, which is like way, way down that list. So I told it search for Virginia. So it opens up, and here are some state resources to become an election worker or a judge. It says I need to be 18 or over. Do I need to be a registered voter? Yes, I need to be a registered voter. And then I can get county specific information. So here's the state, and then I can go to my individual county. And once I'm in my individual county, now I'm going to get all the rules for my county and the ability to apply. Now, I can be registered to vote anywhere in the state, and I can do work on election day in Caroline County. There are some counties that insist that you be a resident of that county. But in Virginia, it's more flexible, and we get $120 a day. You must work the whole day, and here's all the information. And we built it for you in this handy dandy little app. And I am going to put that link in the chat. And let's see, let's get rid of that. I've got too many Zoom windows open. And there we are. And let's drop this in the chat. There we are. And that's our Become a Poll Worker app. All right, now I am going to, I was showing you Motivote. Let's make sure I'm still logged in. I am, and let's do a new share. And we want to get Motivote. This is the tool that we invested in for our younger people. So right now we've got 88 members that are part of this. We've got 11 teams. And remember, your team can be your organization, it can be your school, it can be whatever it is. Ooh, Wesleyan University and Grinnell, those are new, whatever you want. And then when you join, there's going to be a whole series of actions. Tell us about yourself, enter your birthday. Everybody loved putting in the profile picture. Not everybody was like, I'm not telling you how old I am, but I will put up my profile picture. And then notice most people wanted to get election reminders. So remind me, when do I have to send that vote by mail ballot back? Remind me, when does early voting start? That's what this tool is designed to do. And there's a prize store. So these are some of the prizes. Now, if you remember our postcards, are these are for young people. Never mind, look at her with her belly button hanging out. These are for young people. We are going to take our postcards and we are going to turn them into posters, and then we're going to put the posters in the prize store so that people, once they get a certain number of prizes, then we will send them a poster. And let me see, what else do I have? What is this? Oh, yeah, this particular company, the Vote as If organization, gave us a tremendous opportunity. They are a billboard company. We will be working with them. Normally, we only do billboards in rural areas. We will be working with them to come up with billboard space in urban areas, possibly on buses, so that we have mobile billboards. Some of these things are obviously Los Angeles, so no, I don't know that we're going to be doing anything like this. But when you own the billboard company, yes, you can do that. So we are going to be putting out our billboards in many, many places. We are also going to be making a car magnet out of our Vote for Our Lives postcard. And the Black Mayors Association of Georgia, they've already put in their order for car magnets. And I'm hoping the North Carolina Black Caucus will put in their order for car magnets. Right now, it is our plan to give them free to voters that are in our target states of Alabama, Arizona, Florida, Georgia, Mississippi, North Carolina, South Carolina, and Texas. So if you live in any of those states, there could be an opportunity that you would get one of those car magnets. So any other questions? Oh yeah, those reminders are great. I mean, I'm going, wow, I didn't know I was going to have that much time. I would have had more stuff available for you to see. Now, I'm going to ask everybody here, there's about 10 of us. Does everybody here have their vote plan for November? Have you decided how, and that means when you're going to vote. Because remember, this world is getting kind of crazy. Well, it's getting crazier than it already was. It was already crazy. It's just getting crazier.
I plan to vote early. I'm going to vote early in person at my precinct. I'm not at my precinct, but at the
Registrar.
registrar's office.
I normally always did that. I voted by mail the very first time in my life this year, and it was pretty darn cool. So I think I am going to vote by mail again. And one of the things that we do in our phone banks is we really walk voters through what they're going to have to do with their vote by mail ballot. And then we give them their registrar number to call. And then we also run a hotline. There was one county in Georgia where the Georgia vote by mail guidelines from the Secretary of State say, and you will return your vote by mail ballot in the envelope provided with a signature on the envelope directly to your county board of elections. Well, there was a county in Georgia that decided they weren't going to print the envelopes. So people got their vote by mail ballot and there was no envelope. And they're like, there is no envelope. What do we do? We do not have an envelope.
Isn't that sort of a form of, I guess, a poll tax to this require voters to have postage?
And that is going to get interesting. One of the reasons there is such a move afoot to literally destroy the post office is the Postal Service, the American Postal Workers Union, is the largest union in the United States. They have more than 700,000 members. And those postal workers are some seriously fierce people dedicated to democracy. When I asked that question, the response was no, it isn't a poll tax on the voter. It could be a poll tax on the Board of Elections. Election material, your vote by mail ballot, will be delivered by the United States Postal Service, whether you put a stamp on it or not. This is official election democracy business. They will take your letter, they will deliver it to the appropriate office, and they will send a bill to that office for all the letters they delivered without postage.
Wow.
Yes.
The Vern says to vote by mail.
Um, well, that's a great idea unless you live in Texas. If you live in Texas and Texas has gone back and forth on this, can we use COVID-19 as an excuse so everybody can vote by mail? The Secretary of State said no. They immediately got overturned by the court, who said, yes, you can. Then the state court weighed in and said, no, you can't. And then I forget who weighed in and said, yes, you can, the federal court. And then a bigger court overturned them. So in Texas, only people that are 65 and older are disabled or will be out of their county for all of early voting and election day have the ability to vote by mail. And we were not willing to push it and encourage other people to try to vote by mail because what we found was now every time we take on a campaign in a new county, not a new state, in a new county, our volunteers get on the phone and they call that county registrar's office because they want to know what's going to happen when our voters call. And the first thing the registrar asked for was date of birth, even before they asked for their name, once they knew they wanted vote by mail ballot. What's your date of birth? So it's like, all right, sending this to everybody is not going to fly because administratively, they're not going to let it fly. And we didn't want people voting by mail to have their ballot not count because you are not 65 and you have never told us you were disabled before. So, no, we're throwing all these ballots away. That is why I said whether you think the law or the rule is fair or not, as an organization dedicated to empowering voters, we must tell voters the truth. You're 34 years old. Texas is not going to allow you to vote by mail.
Wow.
Yeah, yes. And we had an interesting situation with that. Um, there were people that were complaining when we did the initial voter registration. Um, there are 5.1 million deregistered voters in Texas, 2.3 million are community of color. Um, we sent a postcard to about 800,000 deregistered voters. The African American voters received English. Hispanic voters in certain counties, they received bilingual postcards. And so people were like, what are all these postcards? Why are all these people calling and wanting to check on their registration? The president of the county board of election administrators looked me up, gave me a call, and said, I'm getting all these complaints from my registrar. And so I walked him through what we did, how our attorneys wrote the script, how we're very careful not to tell people to re register. We told them to check, and how we gave them a website first. And the people who were calling obviously didn't have internet, didn't have computers, didn't know how to do it. So they just called. And he said, okay. He said, I can appreciate what it is that you were doing. I respect that. So when I got thrown under the bus, we're getting all these cards that are coming into Texas. He defended us. He said, what are you complaining about? Everything they are telling voters is correct. They are following Texas law to the T. They are not doing anything to confuse voters. If anything, they are doing a lot to help voters. So I made a friend. And when it came time to build the vote center location, Texas has 176 counties. So that meant my young people were going to have to go to 100, search 176 county websites, try to figure out where they put the vote center location. And one of the things I asked the election official for is there an electronic statewide list of every vote center in Texas for early voting and election day? And he said the Texas state legislature made the Secretary of State create such a list. They didn't make them put it anywhere that a regular human could find it. 2 days later, he emailed that list to me. We were one of the only organizations that had that list. I had approached another organization that normally has those lists, and they said they weren't funded to do Texas. And if I wanted them to do the research, it was going to cost me $20,000. This election official sent it to me for nothing. So not all election officials are bad. There are some seriously bad apples in the bunch, definitely, but they are not all bad. Because one of the other things he said is, I'm going to tell my administrators to calm down. And if, as we are cleaning our voter rolls, Texas was purging at that point. If they want to send you their list of purge voters, will you send one of your postcards to everybody on that list? And I said, yes. And he said, a number of the lists are going to be 20, 40, 50,000 people. Will you be able to handle that volume? Now, at the time, this was late June. Our capacity was about 100,000 postcards a week. So, yes, we would be able to handle that volume. Our capacity now is 450,000 postcards a week, is what we can distribute the addresses and our writers can put out. So we've only got 7 minutes left. If there are any other questions, I would love to entertain them now. You're all so good and so quiet, not like the folks who come to my seminars who have 9,000 questions. And I think we're going to be here the rest of our lives answering these questions. So yes, Maryland is a wonderful state. They care about their voters very, very deeply. And there are other states where you can't exactly say that about the state, that they care very deeply about their voters. So, anything else from anybody else? Now, if you want to postcard with us, we have an incredible deal on our postcards. You can purchase 5,000 postcards for $108, and that includes shipping. So our beautiful postcards are 2 cents a piece.
What does a postcard look like?
Let me go get them. They are absolutely stunning. They are beyond stunning. Those are the postcards. There are 3 of them.
Very nice. I like this.
Power to the people. Vote for our lives and vote your power. The Vote Your Power one is going to be on 125 campuses throughout the country. I just signed the contract for that billboard buy. So the postcards will be outside cafeterias, bookstores, or other major buildings. We know there are 125 campuses that right now are going to open sometime in August. So I have bought billboards at every one of those colleges. Now, what we're going to do is the billboard is wide. So on the right side of the billboard will probably be a phone number that they can call. It will be a bot so that if the young people call, it will send them the link to join Motivote. It will send them the link to become a poll worker. And then they can text it. They're just text vote to a number. And then we will also have a QR code so that as they're walking by, they can just pull out their phones, point it at the QR code, it will go right into their text messaging app, and then they can text us, and then we will text them back that information. So this is what the postcards look like. Oh, come on. Hey, how are you doing? Yes, abolishing the Electoral College. That is one of the things that we must do, must do, must do. Can be done. Yes. Most people are really going to need to learn about the Electoral College. I am amazed at the number of people who believe that the United States is a democracy as opposed to a republic. We do not directly elect the president. There is only one number that matters on November 3rd, and that number is the 270 votes from the Electoral College. So that is critical. We are going to need to do a major mass mobilization. We are going to need to give America a civics lesson, and we are going to need to get rid of the Electoral College, which was instituted so that the incredibly rich and the incredibly powerful could prevent the people from rising up, going, we can't stand what this guy is doing. We want to put some other person um, in that job. They came up with the Electoral College. So we must get rid of that. We must. All right, I'm going to put my email address in the chat. I am Andrea at peopledemandingaction.org. And that is the easiest way you can reach me. I know everybody loves the ROV postcards. Oh, my desk is such a wreck. I always have a couple of them on my desk. My desk is total disaster. I can't even find my postcards. There's just too much crap on my desk. Oh well, they're wonderful postcards. So you got my information. Come on, we are going to need to get together and talk. There is so much work to be done, so much work. And again, if you are in that young set, and I'm going to define young as being in that 18 to 34 range, I would love to hear from you because we are working on messaging right now for 18 to 24-year-old voters. 2020 is the last election where older people like me are really probably going to have a major influence and a major voice. 2024, that is going to be your election. So we are telling you now, vote your power. Even if you don't like who's running this year, consider them placeholders. Put the butt in the seat. In 4 years, 2 years, if it's a member of Congress, you can find a new candidate and put somebody new in. So look at your power as this year, based on who and what's running, we're going to elect a placeholder. 2 years, 4 years, we're going to get them out of there and put the real person in that seat.
and people were, talking. It was horrible. It was horrible. It was like there was no excuse, and people were making excuses, and it was just horrible. And I mean, it really made you realize that intersectional failure is real. It's real. Yeah. Because when I went there, well, there's a story I'll have to tell you one day about, you're going to crack up, but only Kim could tell the story well, about when we did the panel and we got attacked for being outside agitators. That was a big mistake.
All right, so it looks like people have started
I think, Daryl, we're going to have to identify workshop leaders who are back.
Okay. Has Andrea Miller made it back? I see Andrea Miller's back.
Yeah, I'm back.
And CK Hoffler, CK made it back.
And Marcia Johnson Blanco, they're not back. That's a whole workshop not back.
Jesse Littlewood, is Jesse back? wanted to take a moment and go over the the top ideas, the top concept that came out of each of the workshops, so that people at least that did not have an opportunity to get to the other workshops will hear some of the hear the top idea that came out of each of the 6 workshops. And so I'm going to go in order as we have it. And the first one that we have was the organizing massive voter registration and voter contact systems during the COVID era. And that was facilitated by Andrea Miller. And that's the one I promised you that you would have some very interesting information going on. Andrea, was there a top piece that you wanted to tell us about from that?
Well, it was interesting. I had some older people and younger people.
Yeah.
So, one of the things I always emphasize is that when we are doing voter outreach, we need to reach voters where they are. So, the notion of postcarding, you are not going to have phone numbers for every voter. That's just not reality. Phone banking, it is really great to try to have conversations with voters. And when you're dealing with younger voters, their world is in the world of texting. So that is why we do all 3. Reach voters where they are. And then also we have our rural strategy. We buy billboards in the rural areas. We also this year, for the first time, I signed a contract today and bought billboards on campus. But on those campus billboards, we are going to have a phone number to text, and we're going to have QR codes so the students can walk by, shoot that QR code with their phone, keep on stepping.
All right.
So, Adair, if I could follow up for a minute.
Sure.
Andrea, with your workshop, what was the number one thing that like people really wanted to know how to do the most and were the most committed to following through on?
People like those postcards. I don't get it, but I think it is because they are so culturally sensitive and empowering, and they're pretty. Everybody wants a postcard.
Well, do you have that image to show people that you could share? Are we able to share in this session, Allie?
Nope.
No.
Yeah, I can give you permission to share, yeah.
Uh-huh. And if you'll just show people what you mean by those postcards.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, that takes a moment.
Okay, while you're doing that, why don't we move to the next one? And when you're ready with that, just let us know. Go ahead, Daryl. I'm sorry.
Yeah. And Marcia or CK, with regards to the Election Protection 2020, connecting volunteer lawyers to groups. What was happening with that group?
They're not here.
They're not here?
Was anybody in that session that could speak to it? Any of the panelists? Or not panelists, I mean any of the attendees?
Okay, we'll try to come back to them. The Creating Rapid Response System, fighting domestic and foreign disinformation online. Thank you, Andrea, for sharing the postcards.
There they are, everybody.
Yeah, I like those.
I see.
They're so eye-catching. They're aesthetically
Right.
pleasing.
I like them.
They are beautiful.
Our vote.
Yeah. Yeah.
Thank you so much, Andrea.
You're welcome.
So Jesse Littlewood, who's with a Common Cause, what can you tell us what happened with the disinformation online?
We talked about digital postcards. So we looked at the ways that disinformation is causing voter suppression. And there's broadly both stuff that is incorrect about how to vote. So we've seen postcards in the past that had wrong voting information that were targeted at African American communities and communities of color and immigrant communities. And now we're seeing that appear online, being focused oftentimes at those same communities. And we know that there's some of that stuff that's out there you can take down and the platforms will remove because they've got policies against it. But it's actually better, instead of, one of the big things that came out of our discussion was making sure people know how to do that. So you can flag a tweet or you can report a Facebook post, but it's actually better to report it to a civil society or an election protection organization. I'll put a couple in the links, but Color of Change has a good tip line. Common Cause has a tip line. There's other groups that do this. And it's more important, if you see something that's questionable or fishy or you think could be voter suppression or disinformation, better to go to those groups, because sometimes when you click the link to report it, nothing will happen. And we gather up all this evidence and we can take it to the platforms and tell them, you got to get all these different accounts off the platform. So that was one big thing, was what to do if you see something is to report it. And secondly, don't engage on it, because Facebook looks at, if you reply or you retweet, even if you say this is all wrong or this is misinformation, it sees it as you engaging in something and it will start showing it to more and more people, because it all it cares about is engagement, the way the algorithms work. Right. So don't engage on it, report it. And then the third thing, probably one of the other more useful things, is the best defense is a good offense. So make sure voters know the correct information now. Make sure they know how to do a vote by mail process. There was one example that came up in our group. Vicki Washington mentioned there's misinformation about how many stamps it takes to mail in your ballot. Don't wait for that to happen. Go to your community now. Tell them what's the right information and how they can verify it by going to a Secretary of State or a local election official, or election protection and 866 our vote, any of the groups that are trustworthy. Make sure that people are skeptical. So always show them where they can find out the right information. So report the disinformation to a good group. Don't engage on it. And then make sure we're telling people the right information now and lift up those trusted sources of information.
Fantastic. And another source that may be coming, that will be coming online soon, will be through the National Bar Association with their election protection attorney that will also be there to assist in the case there are questions like that on what to do. So that's great. Thanks so much, Jesse, for that report. How about restoring the right to vote for formerly incarcerated individuals, the returning citizens? Ron or Pastor Glasgow? No?
No, I didn't see him in.
Okay. Barbara, did you want to do the next one? You want me to run them?
No, keep on going. You're doing great.
Okay. Poll worker recruitment and coalition building. I understand this was a hot one.
We had a lot of energy. A lot of energy.
Diane Wilkerson. Tell us what y'all discussed and what were one or two of the highlights.
Jessica was my partner in the moment too, and she could certainly add. She represented the millennials, which is a very important representation for the day. We talked about the fact that, as most people know, our reliable pool of poll workers, the 65 and over, are on election day are going to be where they need to be, and that is at home. And that we really, on two fronts, we need to be very, very aggressive in working to recruiting poll workers. We came up with some ideas on where we might do that. We talked about coming from the pool of students who are going to be home and doing virtual. Funny, I was talking to a young woman, a reverend from Charlotte, and I told her my grandson goes to Johnson C. Smith, but he's not leaving Boston because they're in virtual, so he'll be here. But there's a whole legion of those students who are going to be there. There's also ready for us, the teachers who are doing virtual, who may want to take that day and to do poll work. Remember, we're not asking people to volunteer. Every city and town and locale has a budget for election day. Their presidential budget is larger than normal, so people do get paid. And we also talked about AFSCME, Barbara, that you had suggested.
Yes.
That people have an opportunity. For students, it might be $150, $200 a day. For them, it might be that they have a paid day off anyway for the workers, and then have that stipend on top of it. But we have to make sure, especially because we're now going to be doing extended voting in many states. In Boston, we're voting for a week before the primary in September and a week before the general election. So, Jessica, anything else you want to add? It was great.
Yes.
I have a new buddy in Alabama.
Well, we had a very lively conversation, of course, and I support everything that she said. And to add on, we wanted to, well, Miss Emily, one of our participants, suggested maybe setting up like a national contest for younger poll workers and having some sort of major prize and saying, if you register to sign up to work as a poll worker, you know, you'll be in the pot for this prize, and then pulling a prize after election day. So that was a good suggestion. And then with coalition building, we touched a little bit on coalition building, and we spoke about the importance of making sure you properly place people based on their gift, their talent, their skill, or their passion to support your coalition. That there is absolutely a role for everyone to play, whether they want to be out in the community, boots on the ground, if they want to sit behind their computer virtually and do social media management. There's something for everyone. So we just want to encourage people to be civically engaged by inviting them to join organizations or coalitions based on their talent set.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you so much.
Gerald, can I add one thing that Jessica actually suggested? And just that we all, in every way we can, through every media we can, encourage and urge people to check their registration. So you don't get there and it's a surprise. Check your registration. If you have to be cautious, PPE down, hazmat suit down, whatever you got to do. If you can go to the polls and vote, to do that. But be mindful that there are people who are not going to get there. We got to mind our neighbors the same way we've been minding them during this pandemic, because if they can't get out, we got to make sure that those applications don't just get sat there or left or thrown away in the trash, or they don't know what to do, or however we do it. Postage, apparently in Alabama, was it Alabama? No, in North Carolina, they had not done away with the 2 witness requirement. But they reduced it to 1 witness. And you don't have to have a notary, but you still got to have a body come in your house and help you do the application in the ballot. A witness.
And vote.org on that registration.
Vote.org.
Vote.org.
So, the other panel that we have with us is the reparations and the vote, and that was facilitated by Ajoa. Ajoa Ayatoro. Am I close?
You got it.
You're muted.
Thank you. Thanks, Barbara. Well, we had a small group, at least small in terms of the numbers we saw. We understand it was streaming, but we did get a real participation from at least one person was really concerned about the legality of even pushing for reparations. Legality. So what we did was, the big takeaway, and I know you want big takeaways, was one, to talk about the importance of voting the whole ticket.
Oh, good.
As Barbara pointed out earlier in a session, and I'm sure others have too. So many times in a presidential election, people go, they vote for president, and then they go. And we talked about the importance of voting the whole ticket, from senators, congresspeople, all the way down to your local officials. Why? Because we talked about in reparations, the importance of getting the federal bills passed, but we also gave examples of Asheville, North Carolina, Evanston, Illinois, Providence, Rhode Island is now working on something, and we understand that California has a bill that the governor has said that if it gets to his desk for reparatory justice, he will sign it. So we talked about the importance of all those levels of voting. We also talked about And because we didn't want to assume that people really understood, well, why, reparations, isn't that such a far-fetched thing? And why should we be concerned about that? So I pulled in what I was told by my former mentor and friend, Ron Walters, who said, if we're going to move reparations, people have to understand it includes all the things that we're fighting for now: education, criminal punishment, all of those things. And so we talked about it from the perspective, and I wove in my sister here, Barbara. But Barbara said earlier today, we aren't just trying to, become part of America. I'm paraphrasing Barbara. We want to create our vision of America. And what I said in building on that is that our vision of America has to first start with justice. That you cannot move forward until you create an atmosphere that says we were wrong, we acknowledge it. And in this sense, reparations is for African Americans, but we talked about Native Americans, women, others, because that you have to build your vision, our new America. And I say America because I don't usually use America, but the United States, on the foundation of justice. Otherwise, it's going to be what it's always been, kind of tripping over stuff. So we talked about that, but we really emphasized you vote up and down that ballot, everybody, because it makes a difference who's in office. If you're not sure, if you ask them, because we talked about vetting those who are running. If a person running locally, they don't have a track record, ask them what their position is on these issues. If they give you kind of a blah, blah answer, then push them. But you want to make sure, because you want to be able to, after the election, to hold them to it and to say, look, you said boom, and you're not doing it. So that was the big takeaway. We kept pushing that. And like I said, I explained in the beginning what reparations was, not making the assumption everybody understood, and then linking it to all the issues that so many of our activists are working on across the board, and how that is part of it. So, and like I said, we got the question from one person about whether it's legal to create a bill that just supports African Americans. I use the example of the Japanese American Restitution Act. That was just for Japanese Americans. And so that I said that if there's an injury that you can say is the injury to Black people based on their Blackness, based on their group, which is what reparations technically is, then the Congress and your local governments can legally create a remedy. And that remedy we call reparations. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And did anyone join us from Marcia Johnson for CK? Anyone make it? How about Ron Moten? Is Ron here, Mr. Moten? Okay. Well, I want to thank all of everyone that facilitated these discussions today. Andrea Miller, thank you for your time and the presentation. Truly appreciated it. Jesse Littleton, thank you as well with Common Cause. Thank you for all that you've done in support of this effort on this Voting Rights weekend, Voting Rights Act anniversary weekend. Certainly want to thank our board member, Diane Wilkerson, as well as Jessica Barker for presenting on the poll worker recruitment and coalition building, as well as Ajoa Ayatoro for presenting on the reparations and the vote. And I'm going to ask if any of the presenters wanted to have their information available for everyone so they would know where to find you. You could post it in the notes if you'd like. If you want to take a moment to say where you can be found as well, please feel free to do that as well. With that, Barbara, I'm going to turn it over to you. I'm going to give everyone the charge that prior to turning it over to you, that I gave them yesterday, that I gave them this morning, that I gave you this afternoon. I told you that each step of the way, this summit gets hotter, heavier, more informed, and you will walk away as enlightened as anyone in this country armed with knowledge, armed with material, and most importantly, armed with access to other people that are like-minded and willing to work with you to get you to the goal that you're looking for. Tomorrow, you do not want to miss tomorrow. Folks, let me tell you, you had a little touch of it today when we had our after our morning session where we had the young folks. We had two millennials and one Gen Z and two people that were somewhere in between, and they brought it. I mean, it was nothing light. They brought it. They brought it. It was hot. It
Sure
was
did.
heavy. You know, I was glad that everybody was virtual because they might have been throwing down.
Stop.
All connected. But tomorrow is totally dedicated to the young voters.
That's right.
To the Gen Zs. And I think you may even throw a sprinkle of Gen Alpha stuff that might be there as well. So you know, whether you're a Gen Zer, whether you're a millennial voter or a Gen Alpha, I encourage you to come back tomorrow because one thing that's going to be discussed is how to reach them. How do you reach them? What are their issues? What are their concerns? And that's, I think, is one of the key things for what we need to do to certainly protect America's vote. Barbara, it's all yours.
Yes, and thank you so much. And tomorrow we're going to have more exploration, more enjoyment. And I want to tell people that when you saw that the keynote speaker is Pastor Kendall McBroom, many of you say, "Who's that?" He is a rising star. He is somebody you want to hear from because he has a vision and he's 28 years old and he is quite a visionary. And I want people to know about him. Couple things that we want people to know out of these sessions. I don't believe in, I hate shelf work where people pull stuff off a shelf, present it, and then somebody else puts it back on the shelf. There's a lot of shelf work done in consultancy. But anyway, what we're doing is we're taking all of your top recommendations. So you need to get them to us in writing if you can, because we're going to create a organizer's manual. People need to know what the top recommendations are that we need to be working on. There are organizers, there are literally groups that have come to me and said they have no clue what to do right now. But we need voter verification, poll worker recruitment, all the things we've been, voter contact systems, issues. I mean, all the things we've been talking about. So we want to, create an organizer's manual of top recommendations so that people will know that they can, verify the vote. One thing we should also warn you all about that we should, this goes into your warning, Jesse, you were talking about the rapid response. One thing Caitlin brought to my attention, and then we brought it to news workers, to journalists' attention, is that believe it or not, folks, there's a whole industry out there that's making lots of money, having people pay them to register them to vote. Did you hear me? And they're paying good money, folks, good money. They have no clue that voter registration is free. They have no clue that they can get assistance from groups. So Caitlin, oh, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, they hear me. Okay. So they have no clue that, that these things are free, and they are, Caitlin brought it to my attention, right, Caitlin? That about the fact that there's all these groups, all companies making people pay on the register.
Oh yeah, so that's happening on Google. It was discovered by one of those groups that Jesse Littlewood was talking about. That when somebody searched, how do I register to vote? Things like that. When is my election day? That people were actually taking that information just from somebody searching that some of the ads were taking their information and then fishing for their information, and then other ads, when you clicked on them, were actually charging people up to $186 just to register.
See what I said? I kid you not. That's our problem. We got to get out to our community because this is what happens when they're not able to interact with us, right? All this nonsense slips in. We got to get out to our community. The word now, you never pay to register to vote, folks. That is free. So, Diane, we got to get that out to all these state legislators so they get out on the media saying it. We got to get the media talking about this. We got to stop it. It's a big industry. We were shocked at how many companies are in the game. But this is a COVID, I think, problem, Andrea. I don't know. But it is serious, and it's a problem because that's going to also discourage voter registration. If people think they got to pay a poll tax to vote. So I just wanted to, mention that there's so much that's going to go on. And so, tomorrow we're going to meet. We're going to have a really wonderful, session during the day. We're going to have workshops in the evening. Please tell all your friends to join us because we do expect a good turnout for Saturday. People have to work today. And we want people to be engaged because we need their best thoughts. And I'm really grateful to all of our workshop leaders. Thank you, Andrea Miller. Thank you, the mighty Ajuai Toro. Thank you, Diane Wilkerson. Thank you, Jesse Littlewood. Thank you to Pastor Glasgow, who had to leave, and Ron Moulton. Thank you, Jessica Barker. Thank you to everybody who has been part of this workshop. And the one person I do want to say a big thanks to before we end today, and that is to our masters of ceremonies, our MC, our amazing moderator, nobody else than that great Daryl Jones. So thank you, Daryl, for your leadership. Thank you for your vision. Thank you, everybody. We love you. We can't wait to see you tomorrow. We can't wait to keep building on this because this isn't the end of the game. As I told you, after we even finish tomorrow, it's not over. We got 90 days to run to the election. And that means to march ourselves to the election. So that means that we will be training another class. Andrea did a fantastic presentation. We're going to be training another class of 50 young people to get out there. They loved, I wish you could have seen it. They all were in love with the alums when they met the 200 other people we trained. They met just some of them from the years since 2016. And so we know that this new class, that'll put 300 in the field, that we're really going to be working on mobilizing them. So if you're interested, again, go to votingrightsalliance.org, share those links. We want to build that new class. We're looking to do that training right now on October 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. And it's going to cover the states, North Carolina, Georgia, but heavily Alabama, Louisiana, and Mississippi, big time. So we look forward to this. Thank you for your service. Thank you for your hearts. Thank you for your courage, because this is the way change is made. And I know John Lewis is dancing. He's saying, oh, I left it in good hands, because they're still rocking and rolling. Thank you so much. Have a great evening, and we will see you at 2:00 tomorrow. Take care.